Ms. Chambers, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm ready to proceed, if I may do so.
Okay, yes, you can.
Thank you. Morning, Ms. Chambers.
Good morning.
You may recall from our previous engagement, I think in July last year, that I act for Life Esidimeni in these proceedings. Ms. Chambers, my questions today will be limited only to one aspect, and that is your evidence that Dr. Mkachwa had been the source of information to the effect that Dr. Manamela had personally identified 55 mental health care users for transfer from Life Esidimeni. If I may start off by stating that I've been instructed by Dr. Mkachwa that communications between you and him had always been by email, and that he cannot recall ever having telephoned you. Do you wish to comment on that?
I think from the evidence as well, from the information, I never noted it in the letters of a specific phone call or who. So in hindsight, I should have included all those details. But from my understanding, it wasn't.
Yeah, okay, continue. Just be slow, please.
Sorry, my lady. So from the emails that I had sent, I didn't include those specific details to describe if it was a phone call, the time of call, and the person that I spoke to. In hindsight, I should have included all those specific details. But from my understanding and from my experience, it was a phone call with Dr. Mkachwa. We had also had engagements previous, not just via email, but we were in the same meetings with the Gauteng Department of Health as well. So there were several engagements that we had during that period. But unfortunately, in the email follow-up, I didn't include that verification information.
Yes. Ms. Chambers, I accept that there were meetings that both you and he were present at, specifically meetings involving the Gauteng Department of Health. But I gather from what you say this morning that you cannot really recall specifically who made the call, when the call was made, and exactly what the contents of the call was.
No, I do remember having a phone call. What I'm saying is that I just didn't document it in that follow-up email that I had sent on the 10th of March. In that email, I had also tried to get the verification of the information that I had received over the phone, which is why I sent the follow-up email to verify those two issues. So I do remember the phone call. I do remember the information, which is why I did the follow-up email. What I didn't do was include those specifics around confirming it was a phone call, what time it was, and who the person was in that follow-up email.
Right. Ms. Chambers, let's explore that a bit further. Your evidence yesterday, and I'm paraphrasing, was that from your information, Dr. Manamela had gone to Life Esidimeni to select patients, and you testified that you got that information from the hospital manager at Life Esidimeni. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, from the information that we received that they'd gone in to identify the patients, yes.
Well, that's the information that this questioning relates to. And you said that had been received from the hospital manager.
From the phone call, yes. As from our recall, was from Mr. Mkachwa.
Well, Ms. Chambers, we'll get to that. Your evidence initially was that it was from the hospital manager, and I'm sure I would be corrected by any number of my colleagues if what I'm putting to you is incorrect.
Okay.
You accept that that was your evidence?
If that's what I said yesterday, yes.
Now, Dr. Mkachwa, you may recall, was the managing director of Life Esidimeni. You accept that?
Yes.
He was not a hospital manager.
Okay.
Accept that.
I accept that.
So the importance of that is that as managing director, Dr. Mkotshwa was not present personally at any of the facilities except on the occasions that he would visit there. And he would therefore not have first-hand knowledge of events at those facilities on a day-to-day basis. You accept that?
I wouldn't have any verification information for that, but if you're saying that, I accept that, yes.
The upshot of that is that if any information had been conveyed to him, it would have been hearsay evidence on his part.
I wouldn't be able to comment on that. I don't know.
Right. Now, let's just go back to what happened yesterday. After you had testified that the evidence had come from the hospital manager, you were pressed by Mr. Sabara to identify who the hospital manager had been, who had telephoned you. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you were afforded an opportunity. We stood down to enable you to find documentation which you wanted to refer to as regards the identity of that person. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
And on resumption after that adjournment, you referred the court to an email from Dr. Mkotshwa on page 18494 of the documentation on case lines. If you could perhaps turn to that page.
Perfect. I'm just going to pull it up. I do have it open.
Yes. Now, you referred the court to this email in the context of identifying the source of the information. Not so?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that this email does not afford support for what you say Dr. Mkotshwa conveyed to you.
That is correct. It's different to the phone call versus the information in the email. In hindsight, I should have sent a follow-up email to ask for more specifics.
No, but that's not the point, Ms. Chambers. The point is that you were afforded an opportunity to find specific information. You referred the court to this email, but it does not support what you sought to convey to the court, namely that this email from Dr. Mkotshwa confirmed that he had informed you that Dr. Manamela had personally identified 55 users. You would agree?
I agree. That's not in the letter, yes.
Yes. So to the extent that you sought to rely on this, it does not provide support. You would agree?
I agree. It doesn't have those details. You're correct.
The evidence then further was that there were minutes of meetings in which Dr. Manamela had herself confirmed that she had gone to Life Esidimeni facilities and identified patients. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And those meetings, you testified, were with the Department of Health officials, stakeholders, and also Life Esidimeni.
That's correct.
And your evidence was that you did not know if Dr. Manamela had said we, implying the department, or I, referring to herself personally, had done the identification.
That is correct. She presented the information in those meetings, but she I don't have clarity or confirmation or in writing in those minutes if she said we or I.
Yeah. You were then requested by my learned friend, Mr. Sibara, to refer the court to the minutes that you had testified about. Do you recall?
I do.
And we stood down for almost an hour to enable you to find those minutes. And on resumption, that was the first time that you then referred to a telephone call from Dr. Mkhatshwa.
That's correct. And specifically the email from the 10th of March, going through all those documents. Yes, that's when I brought that up.
Well, let's just go to that email of the 10th of March.
You want the case line number?
It's 18604.
Correct. I have it.
Does your ladyship have it?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Chambers, you will see that this email is addressed to a number of people. It is addressed to Mr. Nilesh Patel, Mr. Morgan Mkhatshwa, and Mr. Malik Mosesanyane. All of those were at the time officials of Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's not addressed to Dr. Mkhatshwa personally.
That's correct.
And it says, it has come to our attention that the Gauteng Department of Health arrived today to Life Esidimeni Randfontein and instructed that 50 patients be earmarked to be discharged or transferred to the Takalani home for the mentally disabled. This is to happen urgently in the following day or days. It is our understanding that the department instructed earmarked residents be those without families. Ms. Chambers, to me, it is almost inconceivable that if Dr. Mkhatshwa or either of the other two gentlemen the email is addressed to had been the source of this information, that you would have formulated your introduction in the way that it was done.
I wouldn't be able to get this information anywhere else. I wasn't there. So it was from that phone call and the details of that meeting. That is why I sent in the email to verify what was told to me over the phone.
Well, the odd thing is, Ms. Chambers, that you then asked for verification of that information, not so?
That is correct, to have something in writing, yes.
Now, let's just look at what Dr. Mkhatshwa replied. And I must just find that.
I can give you the case line number if you want.
I'll appreciate it. Is it 818494 again?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. That is it's actually on page 18495, where he replies on the 11th of March. And the email was to you, Nilesh Patel, and Malik Mosesanyane, and also Mojalefa Moshaba. And he said, "Dear Cassie, thank you for the email. I will verify the facts ASAP, as soon as possible, and get back to you with the info requested." will submit to this court and argue, ultimately, that if Dr. Mkhatshwa had been the source of the information, as you contend was the case, there would not have been any need for him to verify the facts and revert to you. He would have been in a position to do so without verification. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I wouldn't be able to comment on that. That would be for him to answer on the verification.
No, Ms. Chambers, the fact of the matter is you say he provided the information that you sought verification on, and his reply is, I will verify and revert as soon as possible. It is improbable that if he had been the source of the information, that it would have been necessary for him to verify it with anyone else.
I wouldn't be able to comment on that on his behalf.
Ms. Chambers, it's a matter of logic. Why would someone who has the information now say, I must verify what you have sought me to verify? It's illogical, isn't it?
I can't comment on that.
Can we leave it, Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you.
I see before there is a hand here. I don't know what Mr. Late wants to say, but I think the matter has been sufficiently canvassed.
Yes, my lady, that's what I wanted to address the court on. Mr. Van Bergen said that he will argue it, so he can wait and argue it. It's not necessary to argue with the witness. And furthermore, I don't want to restrain Mr. Van Bergen's cross-examination, but where is this taking us? What does it matter who gave this information to the witness? How is it going to assist this court in making a finding regarding culpa on the side of any person regarding that communication or any person in government who was responsible for the movement of those 55 people?
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I agree with Mr. Late that this is not relevant per se to the issue before this, the issue of causation, but it is an allegation that impacts on Dr. Mkhatshwa and that I cannot leave unanswered. It is also important, I'm certain, from Mr. Sibara's perspective, that the veracity of the evidence must be tested. My lady, I'm almost done. I'm going to
Yes, I've already ruled that you have canvassed the issue sufficiently, and you have also considered that it's not important. Okay, can we just move on?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Chambers, in closing, my argument to this court will be ultimately that had Dr. Mkhatshwa been the source of the information in a telephone call, it would not have been necessary for you to first have to stand down to find a document to identify who and in what manner the information had been conveyed, and to refer us to the email on page 18494. And it would also not have been, or let me rephrase that, one would have expected of you to have said from the outset that it had been in a telephone call and that this information only was tendered after you had had a lengthy time to find minutes, which minutes have not yet been provided to this court, and that on the probabilities, Dr. Mkhatshwa had not any such call and had not conveyed the information to you. Do you want to comment?
Yes, thank you so much. I think with all the documents and emails and meeting minutes, and I'm happy to give those case file numbers to the meeting minutes that I was referring to as well, going through all those details from 2016, all the evidence that is part of the case files, that information is there and it's documented. Yes, I didn't mention that it was a phone call. It's not in the letter either, but I had sent the letter with that information. And from my truth and my understanding, it was from a phone call. Please also do understand that during this time of many, many months, there were very many meetings, very many telephone calls, very many letters, legal letters, meeting minutes. There's a lot of content and information, and I appreciate the court for giving me the time yesterday to get those case file numbers for you on case lines. And again, I'm happy to provide those case line numbers again to go review those minutes. There's a lot of documents, as I'm sure you can also understand, that there's a lot of information to go through. But the information that I've given and from the facts is from my truth and my understanding and from my experience during those times. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions, but we'll argue this matter at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. If I may check with Ms. Bandlender. Yes, I'm just checking if you have questions only in respect of this evidence.
No, my lady, we have no questions. Thank you. We think the witnesses.
You don't have questions?
No,
thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Chambers. You are therefore excused.
Thank you very much, my lady.
Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. May I ask that we stand down for between 5 and 10 minutes just to get the arrangements for the other witness ready.
Ms. Bandelender?
Yes, thank you, my lady. My lady, it's come to my attention that some additional documents have been uploaded overnight in respect to the next witness. That's Ms. Ndlovu. It's at page 37483 as far as I can see. And it looks like corrections to the statement of Daphne Ndlovu. I'm not sure if that was there before, but we've just discovered it overnight. If we stand down, it's about 8 pages. It won't take us long to review it, but most of those 8 pages are changes to her statement. So we do need, I would submit half an hour to just look at that, if that's possible, please.
Okay.
It was not uploaded overnight, my lady. I received it from the witness this morning, and to assist my learned friends not to have to make notes all the time, I uploaded it to case lines because the witness is going to testify about that.
All right.
My lady, it remains that we haven't seen it yet. So if you wouldn't mind just affording us that half an hour.
Yes, obviously they must be given an opportunity. Mr. Manamela?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I would like to request the court to excuse me at 11:30.
You are always excused without the court's indulgence. Sometimes you just excuse yourself. I'm not going to waste my time. I've seen you. I don't know when did I last see you in these proceedings. So whenever you want to go, you can go, Mr. Manamela. Thank you very much. Is that I think I must give you an indulgence now. Let us. It's now almost past. Can we resume at 11 o'clock?
Thank you, my lady.
Is that fine, Mr. Late and the others?
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
As court, please, my lady.
Thank you.
late, my lady, but I would like to address the court before the witness start with her testimony.
Okay.
My lady, the document that has been uploaded in the case line, it was meant to be the personal notes of the client in correcting a statement. I discussed this issue on a few occasions with Advocate Late, and he told me that he does not want the witness to prepare a statement. And he said to me that the witness must just correct her statement. She can just prepare her notes. Then as a result, the witness accordingly prepared the notes. But to my surprise and without me being informed, the same personal notes that the witness prepared for her own use were uploaded by the evidence leaders in the case line, my lady. My concern with the document as it is now in the case line is that the document does not look neat to be given to other colleagues. It was only meant for the use of the client, or of the witness herself. So I feel that it is not fair that this document should be in the case line, my lady.
Mr. Late? The document is on page...
My lady, my learned friend did phone me about this, and I did discuss it with her. I don't know why she now decides to make it an issue in the open court. The fact of the matter is, and I'm certain all my colleagues will agree, that these are the notes made by the witness, because it doesn't propose to be anything else than her notes for the changes that she wants to make to the statement that will be discussed, that will be handed in later on. The format thereof, whether it's neat or not, it's not supposed to be a statement that conforms with legal documents in the High Court, and I'm certain everybody understands that these are only notes, and the only reason why I uploaded it is to make it easier for this court as well as for my colleagues to follow the evidence and to shorten the proceedings so that the witness doesn't have to testify about each word that is contained in that document.
Where is the document? It's on page?
It's on page 37483 of case lines.
Yes, Miss Mjerere, and before I come to you, can I hear one or two people, and then before I close the matter? I don't know whether you don't want the documents to have been there, but it's already there, and obviously everybody has access to it, isn't it?
As please the court, my lady, the reason why I've raised this issue, I want the court to understand that to know that this document that has been uploaded in the case line, it was never meant to be there, my lady. That was never the arrangement with the evidence leader. So I also want my colleagues to understand.
But why was it given to him?
The document was never given to Advocate Late. The document was with the client herself, so that when she corrects the statement, she should be able to read from her own notes. The document was intended, my lady, to be the personal notes of the client. And as a result, when she went to the NPA office this morning, she went with the document. I never emailed the document to Advocate Late. With Advocate Late, my lady, we agreed that there is no need for the witness to prepare a formal statement, and as a result, we did not prepare a formal statement as it was agreed with Advocate Late.
Okay, thank you.
My lady, the witness handed the document to me herself. She is the witness. I'm the evidence leader, and this witness is not Ms. Munzelele's witness, it's the court's witness. And
can I hear the views of others, just 2 or 3 people, and then I close the matter? Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the convention is that if a witness refers to notes that the other parties don't have, the witness is obliged to give those notes to the other parties.
All right.
That's what normally would follow. So if she was doing this without these notes having been uploaded, any one of us could ask to see it, and it would have to be uploaded. So this seems to be an issue that really just doesn't have a purpose.
Okay. Ms. Mujara, do you want to say something regarding this? Maybe we should just close it because it doesn't appear that that is a problem. Mr. Pinar, do you want to say something before I go to Ms. Mujara?
May it please the court, my lady. I would prefer or make one observation, and this would be for Ms. Munjerere to respond to. And if the document does contain privileged information, then it would be improper for it to have been admitted in a manner that it has been, if it was not with the consent of the counsel representing the witness. And in this case, although it's a witness called by the court, we are still bound to the evidentiary rules of the party representing such witness and keeping the interests of the witness in mind, and then has a duty. And there's also a part of that duty is the legal professional privilege attached to communications between counsel and her client, my lady. But that is for Ms. Munjerere to answer. And I believe, I trust, my lady, and I would submit, depending on what that response is,
okay,
there should be then the evidence will be admissible. But I also agree with the contention or the submission made by Mr. Martin. If there had been reference to a document, counsels would have been entitled to scrutinize such document.
Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Ms. Mahlapi?
Mr. Court, my lady.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually wanted to allude to the fact that indeed, if there is any confidential or privileged information, then the document should actually, indeed so, my lady, as a court pleases.
My lady, may I answer to that before Ms. Muselele answers?
Come again?
May I just respond to this contention regarding privileged information?
Yes, you may.
My lady, it's clear, and it was discussed with the witness, that is the changes that she wants to make to her statement that is already part of the court record. How on earth can that be privileged information? And I agree with Mr. Martin. I also wanted to allude to that, is that when she refers to that document, it will in any way be handed into court as part of the court record.
Yes, if I may, Ms. Mujalele, if you can enlighten us, am I correct to be saying that the issues that you raised with regard to this document, you haven't referred to issues like confidential information? These were just notes that were prepared by your client.
As please the court, my lady, like I indicated earlier on, my issue with the document, it is only the structure of the document. I don't have any problem.
And nothing else.
With contents, yes.
Okay. So your problem is not the contents. So you agree that this is just a notes of clarifying or amplifying the document.
As please the court, my lady.
Okay. On that note, the document is therefore admissible, and then the witness is free to use it if she wants to amend or change her statement. Thank you. Is that a hand? I'm going to move forward, Mr. Pihlela.
As it pleases you, my lady. I just wanted to find out, is she bound by what she says in this statement? Or she's going to...
Can we just leave it now? Come again?
I wanted to find out if she's bound by what she says in this amendment.
We are not yet there. The witness, let the witness testify. We are not yet there. Let's not cloud issues. Can you please put your name down, your hand down? Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady. The next witness to testify is...
she is not yet sworn in, yes?
Yes, it's Ms. Maflori Daphne Ndlovu, my lady.
Yes. Nelisiwe, can you please administer the oath to the witness?
Good day, ma'am. Please state your full names and surname for the record.
My full name is Matlodi Daphne Ndlovu.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No, Counsel.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Counsel.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, you had been employed by the Gauteng government as a social worker at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre during the years 2015-2016, when the decanting of mental health care users took place from Life Esidimeni to several NGOs and hospitals. Is that correct?
2013 to 2018.
Between 2015 to 2017, she was employed during that time at CCRC. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel.
Yes.
You made several statements to the police regarding your knowledge of the process and the people who died at CCRC and other NGOs. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel.
I'm going to refer you to each statement, and let me first ask you this. All these statements that you had made had been provided to you this morning, and you perused the statements. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel.
And on each of the statements that were handed to you, you agree that the contents thereof is that you had made, that you had informed the police about. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel, but I have to make the corrections on my main statement A2.
Yes, we're going to get there. I just want to first introduce the statements to the court, and then you can make the corrections. Understand?
Thank you, Counsel.
Okay. The first statement is a statement that is filed as A20 in Atkinsville case 319 of 2019, which can be found on page 538 of case lines. Do you agree that you did make this statement?
Yes, Counsel.
And that the contents thereof was what you had told the police?
I beg your pardon, Counsel?
You signed the statement?
Yes, Counsel.
And at that stage, you agreed with the contents thereof?
I beg your pardon, Counsel?
At that stage, you agree with the contents thereof?
Yes, I agreed, Counsel, but during my signing of this statement, I was freshly discharged from hospital in 2019 January. I signed the statement quickly without applying my mind, hence I was very ill.
Okay. Right. The second statement that you, my lady, may I ask that this court to receive this first statement that can be found on by page 538 as Exhibit U1.
Is it the correct item? U. Are we not done with the U? If we may just double check before the statement is handed in.
If I'm not mistaken, the last statement was T, my lady.
Was it T?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's V, my lady.
Come again?
V. V1.
V, not U, ne?
Yeah, V1.
Is that correct? But I think this one, I may just check my. Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The statement of the witness, Ms. Matlodi Daphne Ndlovu, is handed in and marked Exhibit V1. Thank you.
The next two statements, there are very little difference between the two, but I'm going to ask you you also had a look at the other two statements that were deposed to in July 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel.
And you confirm that you had made these statements?
This is now on page?
The first one is on page 4081.
4081, yes.
And the second one is on page 10063.
Let me just quickly go there. Just bear with me. Yes, you may continue in the meantime, Mr.
You confirm that you made these statements?
Yes, Counsel.
My lady, with your permission, your ladyship's permission, I'd like to hand these two statements in as Exhibit V2 and V3.
V for Violet, ne?
That's correct, my lady.
Any objection to the admission of the statement into the evidence?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The witness statement on page 4081 is admitted into the evidence, and it's marked Exhibit V2. And the further statement on page 10063, it's marked Exhibit V3, and it is admitted into the evidence. Thank you.
As a court, please, my lady. Then, Ms. Ndlovu, except for these general statements that you had made, you also had made statements regarding several specific deceased who had been at Cullinan Care Rehabilitation Centre at any stage. Is that correct?
It's correct, Counsel.
I'm going to. You also had the opportunity to go through all these statements that I provided to you this morning.
Yes, Counsel.
Is that correct? And you confirmed that you had made. You confirmed that you had made all these statements that I referred to, that I provided to you.
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the first one is concerning the deceased number 34, William Fakude.
Just a second.
It can be found. Fakude. It can be found on page 9689. With court's permission, can I hand this statement in as Exhibit V4?
Is it the surname of the deceased is Fakude, F-A-K-U-D-E.
That's correct, my lady.
Any objection to the admission of the statement into the record?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement made by the witness regarding the deceased number 34 on the list of the deceased, Mr. William Fakude, F-A-K-U-D-E, is marked Exhibit V4 and is admitted into the record.
Thank you, my lady. The next one is regarding deceased number 35, Majofela Sangweni, and it's found on page 9923.
9923.
That's correct, my lady. The number of exhibit will be V5.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pina. The statement of the witness, Ms. Daphne Ndlovu, as it appears on page 9923 and relating to the deceased number 35 on the list of the deceased, Mr. Mojafela, M-O-J-A-F-E-L-A, Sangweni, S-A-N for Nelly, WENI. It's admitted into the record and into the evidence, and it's marked Exhibit V5. Thank you.
Court pleases. The next statement that you had made is, or that witness had made, is regarding the deceased number 36, Tabu Munyani, and it can be found on page 9968 of case lines.
9968.
That's correct, my lady.
Any objection to the admission of the evidence in the admission of the statement into the evidence?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Of Exhibit V6, my lady.
The statement of the witness, as it appearing on page 9968, it's marked Exhibit V6, and it is admitted into the evidence. This is the statement regarding deceased number 36, Tabo, T-A-H-A-B for Benny, and O, and the surname is Munyani, M-O-N for Nelly, Y-A-N for Nelly, and E, Munyani. It is admitted into the evidence and marked Exhibit V6. Thank you.
The next statement, my lady, is regarding deceased number 37. Deceased name is Jabulani Theophilus Muslongu. It can be found on page 9975. And I request the court to accept this statement as Exhibit B7.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Do I have only Mr. Binari as part of these proceedings?
Not, my lady. We are also available. No objection, my lady.
Thank you. The statement of the witness as it appears on page 9975 regarding the deceased Jabulani Theophilus Muhlongo, deceased number 7. It's admitted into evidence and it's marked Exhibit V7. Thank you.
Deceased number 37, my lady.
Deceased number 37, correct, yes.
The next statement, my lady, is regarding the deceased number 38, Francois Badenhorst. It can be found on page 10134.
10134.
That's correct, my lady. I request that the court accept this statement as Exhibit V8.
Any objection?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you. The statement of the witness regarding deceased number 38. Mr. Francois Badenhorst. Is admitted into the record and it is marked Exhibit V8. Thank you.
Please, my lady, the next statement is regarding deceased number 39, Benedict Lakwa. can be found on page 10222. I request that the court accept this witness statement as Exhibit V9.
No objection, my lady.
Thank you. But it doesn't mean that you are now taking the responsibility again of everyone. This is the statement of the witness, Ms. Mahlodi Daphne Ndlovu, concerning deceased number 39, Benedict Lakwa, Lakwa, is admitted into evidence and it's marked Exhibit V9. Thank you.
The next statement, my lady, is regarding deceased number 48, Usisiwe Chabalala. It can be found on page 10851. And I request court to accept this statement as Exhibit V10.
Any objection?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of Ms. Ndlovu regarding deceased number 48, Usisiwe Chabalala, BUSIWETSHABALALA. It's admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit V10. Thank you.
Please, my lady, the next statement is in regards to Howard Lowe's, deceased number 49. It can be found on page 11069. And I request the court accept this statement as Exhibit V11.
No objection, my lady.
Thank you. The statement of the witness concerning deceased number 49, Mr. Howard Lowe, is admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit V11.
The court, please, my lady. The next statement is regarding deceased number 54, Motufela Leruabe. Can be found on page 11331. And I request the court to accept the statement 331, my lady. And
This is
request the court to
54.
54, that's correct, my lady.
Just a second. Let me go to the page. The person's name is Motufela Leruabe.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, thank you. Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No objection, my lady.
No objection, my lady.
Thank you.
That will be Exhibit V12, my lady.
The statement of the witness, Ms. Matlodi Daphne Ndlovu, regarding deceased number 54, Motofela, M-O-T-H-O-F for funny, E-L for law, A. The surname is Leroabe, L-E-R for Ronnie, O-A-B-E, is admitted into evidence, and it's marked Exhibit V12.
The next statement, my lady, is regarding deceased number 55. It's Refilwe Sefoka, and it can be found at page 11465. And I request the court to accept it as Exhibit V13.
No objection, my lady.
Thank you, Ms. Matlape. The statement of the witness regarding deceased number 55, Refilwe, R for Ronnie, E, F for France, I-L-O-E, Sefoka, S-E-F-O-K-A, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit as it appears on page 11465 of case line. It's admitted into evidence and marked exhibit V13. V13. Thank you.
As called, please, my lady. The next statement is regarding deceased number 57. Deceased name is Leonard Breed, and it can be found on page 11755, my lady, of case lines. Request that this court accept this statement as Exhibit V14.
No objection, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, no objection. Can Mr. Late perhaps just repeat the page number?
I've got it. I'll give it to you.
Thank you, my lady.
You hear me being quiet, then I'm trying to get the document and see it first. It's page 11755.
Thank you, my lady.
The statement of deceased number 57. What is the name again, Mr. Late? I can't get the name here.
It's Leonard Breed, my lady.
Leonard Breed.
That's correct, my lady.
Where is the list of, what page is those list of the deceased?
My lady, there are two lists.
Yes, but I need to get the proper, my problem is the proper spellings of the names, but how you can just spell that Leonard for me is fine.
Leonard is L-E-O
N-A-R-D.
R-D-T.
Yes, and the surname is?
Breed is B-R-E-E-D-T.
Thank you. The statement of the witness regarding deceased number 57, Mr. Leonard Breed, it's admitted into evidence. That is, as it appears on page 11755 case line and marked exhibit V14. Thank you.
Then, my lady, there are two statements
Just before you proceed, if I may, can you give me the two lists, the pages of the two lists of deceased? If you have them, if you don't, now we can proceed.
My lady, one of the lists is on page 18.
Yes.
Page 20.
Yes, and the other one?
Page 21.
21, yes.
Want to see until which page?
227.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Lead.
Thank you, my lady. There are two statements regarding the next deceased. This deceased is deceased number 58, Sizwe Hlatshwayo. The first statement can be found on page 5151.
Just a second. Page
5151.
Yes.
I would like request this court to accept this statement as Exhibit V15.
Yes, and the other one?
The next statement regarding Sizwe Hlatshwayo, this is number 58. It can be found on page 4871. And I request this court to accept it as Exhibit V16.
No objection.
There's no objection, my lady.
Thank you.
No objection, my lady.
Two statements of Ms. Matlodi Ndlovu, Daphne Ndlovu, regarding deceased number 58, Mr. Sizwe Hlatshwayo. One appeared
Emanate from a cross-examination by my learned colleagues. I would request an indulgence if deemed necessary, my lady.
Thank you.
But at this stage, there's no cross-examination. Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Shabangu, I don't know whose hand is up. If it is yours, please lower it down. Lower it. Whose hand is that? I see it's still on. It's still up.
It's a scanner, my lady.
Thank you.
Sorry, my lady. At this stage, no cross-examination of this witness.
Yes, I've passed you already. I've noted you.
Thank you.
Your submission, Mr. Pinar. Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I find myself in the same position as Mr. Pinar. On the basis of the evidence admitted thus far, I do not have any questions, but if anything should arise during further cross-examination, I would request the court's indulgence to cross-examine on those issues, as your ladyship pleases.
Ms. Bandelende. Anybody on behalf of the families of the deceased? I can't see anybody.
My apologies, my lady. It's Sasha Stevenson here. Ms. Budlander does have questions, but her internet is giving her problems. I see she's just trying to be readmitted.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, my lady.
Yes, it's your turn. I don't know whether you are ready.
My lady, I spent great time and effort making sure this wouldn't happen last night, but the load shedding came on at night. It happened after all. I'm so sorry. Thank you, my lady, if I can then proceed. Ms. Ndlovu, thanks very much. If you just bear with me for 1 minute, I'll just find my notes here. All right. Ms. Ndlovu, my name is Nasreen Raja Budlander. I am one of the counsel for the families of 44 of the deceased, and we also represent the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. I've just got some questions for you along the line, just arising from your statements and from your notes today, if that's okay. Now, just to clarify for the court, Ms. Ndlovu, you are a social worker, and I understand you're not currently employed by the Department of Health, but you were employed by the Department of Health at the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. Is that correct?
It is correct, Counsel.
Okay.
I'm going to ask witness to speak louder for the purpose of the record. I can't hear you. Please.
I'm sorry, my lady. Yes, Counsel.
To be relaxed. It's better to do that, but please concentrate and understand the questions before you respond. Yes.
Okay. So I understood, perhaps let's just allow you to repeat your answer. So I'd said that you were a social worker at the Department of Health at the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, but you're no longer in that position. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct, Counsel, but I have a problem. Your line is a little bit fainting. Yes. I don't hear you well.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move my computer closer. Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you, Counsel.
Good. All right. So one thing just to clear up, just before we get going, is when you gave evidence this morning with Mr. Late, you said that you were employed at Cullinan Care Center from 2015, but your statement says that you were employed at CCRC from December 2013 to 31 December 2018. Can you just correct those dates for us? When were you actually employed then?
My lady?
Yes.
My reference was specifically with regarding to the transfer of the people from Life Esidimeni, not the length of the employment, but that she was employed there during that period that the transfer.
So the period of employment is correct?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
2013, that's correct.
All right, so your statement is correct. Thank you. Now, I understand when I look at your notes and your original statement, I tried to just sort of put together what was new and different. And on your notes, you distinguish between what your role was as a social worker before the Life Esidimeni project, and then what your role was during the Life Esidimeni project. So I'd like to just talk only about what your role was during the Life Esidimeni project. Okay?
Yes, Counsel.
Right. So if you look at page 37484, I'll give you a minute to get there. You'll tell me when you're there.
We are there.
Okay, thank you. So here at 37484, you start at the top of the page and you set out what your duties were during Life Esidimeni project. So I'd like just to take you through it and you'll correct me or correct the statement if anything is wrong, okay? So you say that your duties during the Life Esidimeni project were as follows: to travel to Life Esidimeni centers with other MDT members. Can you just tell us what MDT stands for?
MDT stands for multidisciplinary team.
Okay, we'll come back to who was part of that team. But so your job was to travel to those centers, to Life Esidimeni centers with the multidisciplinary team members in your capacity as social worker, and to collect ID books of patients, contact details, and addresses of the families of the patients, correct?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay, and then the next paragraph, just to avoid reading big, long bits of information to the court, I'm going to summarize, but you'll have a look at page 37484, what I'm reading from. It's the bold section at the top of the page. So part of your job, if I'm correct, was to communicate with families about where their loved ones were placed in CCRC and to receive contact details from Life Esidimeni social workers, inform the families about the deaths of patients when they happened, and then also to do administrative work, like opening of files for new patients, patients discharged, tracing family, etc. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay, and then you were also involved with monitoring what you call a register book of families who visited the patients and checking in and updating information, correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay, so when a mental health care patient was transferred or discharged from CCRC, sent to another institution, to another NGO, I would imagine, you'll tell me if I'm correct, was it your responsibility then to make sure they were sent with whatever information that you had for them? For example, their ID books, their SASA cards.
Yes, Council, as social worker, my role was to make sure that the patients who were discharged to NGO, the NGO is being given the information of the contact details of the families, the addresses, and the ID book of the patients.
Okay. So if someone was moved, for example, from CCRC to Anchor or Siabadinga, you would have made sure that with that patient went all their information.
Yes, if for the patients whom the ID books and the contact details, the addresses were available for those who were available.
Okay. And what were there a lot of patients that didn't have that information available?
I beg your pardon?
Were they
Can you just phrase it to say, were there any patients who didn't have that information?
Thank you, my lady. I'm indebted. Ms. Ndlovu, were there any patients that did not have ID books, SASA grants, or any other information about themselves?
Yes, there were patients who were not having the ID books, the addresses, and the information and the contact details of the family. I heard you, Council, talking about the SASA. So will you please just maybe make clarity on me, SASA card from where to where?
Well,
so that I can be able to answer you regarding that.
Yes, let me ask the question more specifically. What I had in mind was that when a patient was at CCRC, one of your jobs, for example, was to make sure they had their ID documents. Presumably, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, patients also had SASA cards. Now, what I wanted to know was, were there patients that didn't have any of that kind of information? I use SASA as an example, but what I'm referring to is ID documents, SASA cards, any other documents that belong to that patient that will help identify that patient or tell you something about that, who that patient is, who their family are, for example. Were there patients who didn't have information like that?
Yes, Council, but with referring to SASA that you just mentioned, for the patients who were originally placed in CCRC, CCRC was not receiving SASA for the patients. The institution was not having SASA cards for the patients.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, I'd like to just talk about the multidisciplinary team, the MDT, just so that you can explain to the court and give the court a picture of what the team was composed of. So the multidisciplinary team, am I correct that that was formed for purposes of the Life Esidimeni project or the Marathon project? Or was it something that pre-existed Life Esidimeni project?
MDT team, it was existing in CCRC since I started working there in 2013. MDT was there. It was comprises of the doctor, the physiotherapist, occupational therapist, the nurses, the social worker, and the OT technicians.
Okay. And what was the purpose of those teams?
The purpose of MD team for CCRC before life Esidimeni, we were conducting ward rounds that was led by the doctor. So in a multidisciplinary team, each of member was focusing on his or her role as a professional. As a social worker, I was focusing on my role as a social worker, and the doctor will focus on the role of examining the patient's physiotherapy, focusing on his role, and the OT will also focus on his role and session with the patients. But as a social worker on MDT, I was working closely with the families.
I understand. Now, I want you to tell us what changed with the Life Esidimeni project, okay? So I understand that you had the multidisciplinary team in place and that they would assess, that you would go to the wards and assess patients, each from your own particular skill base. Now, when the Life Esidimeni project began, and you tell us in your statement, and you said this also in your evidence before Justice Moseneke in the arbitration, that you were sent with a multidisciplinary team to go and bring patients from Life Esidimeni centers to CCRC. Is that correct?
At the arbitration, I mentioned, as I was representing CCRC, but physically, as a social worker, I was not there to collect patients or to fetch patients. I was sticking to my role as a social worker. Hence, my role doesn't allow me to take care of patients.
Yes, I understand that. Were you part of a team that went to Life Esidimeni facilities at Waverley and Randfontein and brought back patients to the CCRC?
I was part of the MDT council, but my role...
Sorry, my lady. Sorry, my functionality for raising up the hand has failed me just now.
I've noted you. You may proceed. You are muted now. I don't know what happened. You just muted yourself as you were busy addressing the court.
My apologies, my lady. I was saying I want to object to this questioning by my NAT colleague. She's keeping on repeating one question to say that the witness went to Life Esidimeni to fetch patients. The witness has already responded to this question, my lady, to say that she went to Life Esidimeni to collect identity documents and contact details and addresses of the patients.
My lady, that's not what the witness said.
Yeah, the question well, but according to...
I don't think you understood it well. Ms. Battleland?
Thank you, my lady.
Was not understanding.
Thank you, my lady. First of all, that's not what the witness said.
What Ms. Battleland wants to know from the witness now is to whether she was part of the team that went to is it the NGOs?
That went to Life Esidimeni.
To Life Esidimeni to fetch the patients.
Okay, but if
initially, what there was a question which related to identification documents, that information that she was testifying about, to say that was her role. Remember the questions that she asked. She wanted to know as to what was the situation prior to the Life Esidimeni project and during the Life Esidimeni project. Otherwise, I would have stopped here. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady.
You can just repeat the question for the witness to respond.
In fact, I'll do better than that, my lady. I'll take the witness to her statement. So,
Yes.
my lady, if I can then just refer the witness to your statement, page 538. And I'm going to refer you to paragraph 4, the bottom of page 538. You'll tell me when you're there, Ms. Ndlovu.
You're there?
Thank you. So, Ms. Ndlovu, if you look at the bottom of paragraph of page 538, paragraph 4, I'm going to read it to you. When the project to move mental health care users from Life Esidimeni unfolded, I became involved as a social worker. I was informed by the CEO through my supervisor to form part of the teams that should go to Life Esidimeni facilities to collect mental health care users. I went to the 2 centers of Life Esidimeni. Ms. Munjalele, if I understand that there are notes to this paragraph. If you allow me to finish, if that's what you're referring to, I will come to the notes. But it's very difficult for me to do it without referring to the statement, if that's your objection.
Sorry, my lady, can I say something? My functionality of raising up my hand has failed me again. My apologies for that, my lady, for just budging in like that. Can I raise my objection, my lady?
Okay, she was still reading the statement. Can she finish and then we hear your objection?
But my lady, my issue is that if the statement has been corrected, she cannot no longer refer to that part that has been corrected. It has been completely replaced with new information. So my colleague cannot refer to any information in the in the 820 statement which has been corrected by the notes which has been handed in before this court today, my lady, as an exhibit. That is wrong.
Can we first give her the chance and then we hear what she's saying while is also considering your objection? Continue for now because I haven't heard the crux of what you want to do. That's why I'm saying you must bear with me before you interject because I'm dealing with a number of people. I must first understand what your opponent, your colleague wants to do before I deal with your objection. May you proceed, and then if I've noted your objection.
Thank you, my lady.
You can proceed.
Mr. Court, my lady.
All right. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, in your statement at page 538, you say, and I read you, I'm not going to repeat for the courts to overburden the court, but I read you the first 2 sentences of that paragraph. And you say you were informed by the CEO through my supervisor to form part of the teams that should go to Life Esidimeni facilities to collect mental health care users. Okay. And do you recall that?
So my second statement, the one that I've corrections with, the sentence, it has been changed.
Okay.
That is.
In fact, my lady, may I address you because I think Ms. Munjalele has raised something that I should deal with because it's going to become an issue. Yeah.
Okay, please let's not allow the witness to answer. If you can just, because I thought I just wanted to hear what you were going to say first. You may do that.
Thank you. So we won't allow the witness to answer. My lady, perhaps it's best that the witness leaves the room so we can just have the debate. It's about the status of the notes.
Thank you.
Thank you. My lady, Ms. Munjalele can't have it both ways. We are now placed in a situation where one way or another we have some notes and they've been called on her version notes, the witness's notes. It's not an amended statement. There's no amended statement under oath that is here to replace the statements that is at page 538. And all of us that are cross-examining are going to have to deal with the fact that we now have two documents, one that's a statement and one that bears some notes. Now, had the witness been taken through all of the notes at the beginning and asked whether those notes replace everything in her statement, then we would understand where we are. She wasn't. So what I'd like some direction from the court is just how we should deal with this in a practical way. I really, nothing much turns on this particular question, because you'll see as I develop my questioning that it's really not an issue that she was there or not there. I mean, it's clear that she was there. But perhaps we can get some direction from the court, and maybe Mr. Late can assist us in what his intention was with these notes that he's put up, because he hasn't led the witness on those things. Thank you.
Mr. Late?
My lady, I don't agree with Ms. Butlender. The witness was led on it. She was asked whether she went through it, whether she agreed with it, and that it's her changes to her statement. She did that under oath. So in other words, it is under oath. It's not like Mrs. Butlender says it's not under oath. It's not only a statement that's handed into court under oath, a person's evidence confirming the contents of the statement.
At the end of the day, we have got the witness before us. This is an inquest. We have got the notes, we have got the statement. The witness says, I made these notes.
Yes.
And the sole reason for doing that is to change or correct my statement.
That's
so
correct,
the witness,
yes.
Yes. What I don't know, but in any event, what should happen is, I don't know what Ms. Butlender wants to do, but what she can do is she can deal with the issues that she wants to deal with. The witness is there to respond.
That's correct, my lady.
It will be corrected on record.
And in the end, taking consideration the contents of both the statement as well as of the corrections, the court makes a credibility finding regarding the contents thereof. That's correct.
Yes, thank you. I see there is a hand. Whose hand is that? Unless if someone forgot to lower her hand, Mr. Sibara? Is it Mr. Sibara? There is a... Okay, before I come to Mr. Sibara, can I hear Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, if I can just support what Mr. Late said. The fact is that what you have at the moment is you have one statement that was made under oath, and you now have you have a witness also under oath correcting that statement.
Correct.
I disagree with Ms. Mujarere. It doesn't mean that the first statement disappears. It doesn't disintegrate. If Ms. Butlender wants to ask the witness about why she made the change or what motivated the change, I don't think there's anything improper about that.
So it comes back to what I have just said.
As to what your ladyship said. Whether it helps the court in any way to go through that process is another story. But that's the end of it, as it pleases.
Mr. Sibara?
No, I'm covered, my lady. It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. Can we let the...
yes, my lady.
I see there is a hand. Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, it please you, my lady. My lady, I seem to recall the witness at the beginning mentioning that she signed that statement. She was not really in full control of the faculties because of illness. I don't know if that's significant or not.
Mr. Pitlela, we're dealing with different things now. That is something that the witness can continue to say under oath today. She has made that point, but the issue now is the status of the notes as against the statement that is under oath. So as for how all of you are going to proceed with regard to the cross-examination of the witness, all what we are saying is that there is one statement under oath, and there is what is called a note, or we can just say notes or an unofficial statement prepared by the witness herself. So I'm saying she is before court. She can deal with those two documents before court, right? So she is available. She has already confirmed under oath, right? that she
Hence, my lady, I posed the question at the beginning to say, is she bound by this note?
Yes. Can we leave that issue? I'm still repeating. Can we leave that issue? Because in my view, I don't think it's relevant. We're going to deal with that. We've got the statement. She will explain and the court will decide. I'm not going to... Yes, I mean, now you are raising the point while I said, Mr. Bihlela, just leave that point. Thank you very much. Yes. Ms. Munjerere?
I just want to say something regarding what was just said by Advocate Martin.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. To me, if a witness have corrected a statement under oath, then it means that she has changed her earlier version, so she can no longer be cross-examined on what she has corrected. So Mr. Martin is saying there is nothing wrong if Advocate Bandlender SC, if I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, but if not correctly,
Bandlender.
My apologies. Yes. So I heard him to say that she's allowed to inquire or rather to cross-examine the witness to find out as to why did she correct the statement. But that is not what Advocate Bandlender was doing. Advocate Bandlender is asking the witness questions about the content of the previous statement. And this is what I'm disputing.
Okay, Ms. Munjerere. The matter has been dealt with. Your colleagues have also responded. It's very simple. We have got one statement under oath, and we have got this so-called document, unofficial document, which are notes of the witness, which you didn't want to be admitted on record. Remember that? So,
yes, my lady.
Yes, the witness is available. She can deal with whatever comes out of, and then that will be evidence under oath because we don't have a problem. The witness is there. Why is this an issue? Why do we have to spend a lot of time around this issue? Right? So I'm going to allow your Ms. Bandlender to proceed. And then the witness will have to respond to the questions that will be posed to her under cross-examination. Thank you very much. Ms. Bandlender?
Thank you, my lady.
Is the witness back? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I can see the witness. Thanks, Ms. Ndlovu. Okay. So, Ms. Ndlovu, let me ask you the question a little bit differently just to make it easier and make it clear what I'm trying to get to. You were part of a team that went to Waverley and Randfontein. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct, Council.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. Now, Ms. Ndlovu, I understood you to say that your purpose on that team was to go to collect ID documents and other information for the families. Now, my question is this. First of all, have I summarized that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand what your purpose, on your version, what your purpose was in that team. What I'm trying to ask is, what was the team doing? So I'm not suggesting that you were in charge of a team. I'm not suggesting that you were there to do anything other than your job, which was to collect ID documents and contact details for the family. What was the team going to Waverley and Randfontein to do?
Hence, I have already mentioned, Council, my purpose of going there. Maybe what I can briefly mention to you is that on arrival on the two centers, we were welcomed by, at Randfontein, we were welcomed by Mrs. Salom Mashile, Mrs. Frida Senelo, and Life Esidimeni officials. Then we were welcomed to a hall, whereby after welcoming us, the nurses, the nursing manager, the nurses, and a physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and occupational therapy technicians were taken to a hall where they were told that they're going to assess the patients. Then I was left in the hall that we were welcomed with the social worker. I was with social worker Aaron and Priscilla. I forgot their surname, Council.
Okay. And what were you there to do? You weren't there to have a meal. You weren't there to just do an assessment. What was the purpose of the team going to Randfontein and Waverley?
Council, I think I have already answered you for that.
No, Ms. Ndlovu. It's not a trick question. I promise you, I'm not trying to trick you.
Just a second.
Sorry, my lady.
It's in law.
I think the judge is frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I just noted that
you went there just before you. Am I frozen?
Now you are silent. If you can just log off and log in again.
No, Mr. Sibara, if you just give us a minute. The judge was audible again. Judge, you froze for a minute, but you're now audible again.
But I see it says bad quality. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Ndlovu, the yes, question, when you left Life Esidimeni, when you left CCRC, right, to go to Life Esidimeni, what was specifically your purpose as the multidisciplinary team to go to those two facilities or centers, Waverley and Randfontein? You went there for a purpose, isn't it? The whole team. Obviously, you were told to go and do something. So that is what Council wants. Am I correct, Council?
Yes, my lady. Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
I don't want you to repeat what you have just told us. Before you tell us what you were doing there, you left with a specific purpose, right?
Yes, Judge. We left at CCRC. The CEO of CCRC, Mrs. Priscilla Matsidisho-Nyatlo, has highlighted clearly to us that the nurses are going to fetch the patients, the discharged patients from Life Esidimeni centers. And my role was also highlighted clearly that I should make sure that I bring along the contact details, the addresses, and the ID books of the patients. And also the physiotherapy, the occupational therapist, also their role were clearly explained to them.
Okay.
Thank you, Council and
Thank
Judge.
You. Thank you, Ms. Ndlovu. In fact, can I take you to page 30? Okay.
Yes, continue, page.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, can you go to page 30256, please? And you'll have to rotate the page view. I'm hoping Ms. Marriott can assist you. 30256. You'll tell me when you have it.
30256.
Okay. Thank you. I want you to look at the last paragraph at the bottom of that page. It says 10 May 2016. You see where I'm reading? Can you see under the table? There's in bold 10 May 2016. If you need to rotate, if you need my lady to rotate the page view at the top of your screen, it should allow you to do that. If you click on view and then rotate left.
No, I'm fine myself. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you, my lady. So, Ms. Ndlovu, on the 10th of May, it's recorded as follows. Underneath the 10th of May, it says as follows. 26, well, in fact, let me first tell you what this document is. This document is a report that starts at page 30252, and it's a report that comes from CCRC. Will you, Ms. Marriott, please take you to page 30252? Are you there?
Yes.
That is a report that comes from CCRC, and it's directed, it says that it is to Mr. G. Ramogopa, MEC for Health, Gauteng Province, and Dr. Emmy Kanoshi, Acting HOD Health, and it's from JJ Ngobo of CCRC. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Now, in the arbitration, you told Justice Moseneke that, in fact, you were involved with drafting this report with another person. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay, so that's the report that we're looking at. Now go to page 30256. Sorry, 30256. Okay. At the bottom, it says, under 10 May 2016, 26 mental health care users were fetched at Life Esidimeni in Randfontein with a bus from the Gauteng Department of Transport in Goedaspoort, Pretoria. These mental health care users were fetched by a team from CCRC comprised of a nursing operational manager, Ms. Janie Manaka, 3 professional nurses and nursing assistants, 2 occupational therapy technicians, and Ms. Daphne Ndlovu, the social worker. Correct?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. The next paragraph says, the CEO, Ms. Machidiso Nyatlo, instructed the team to fetch 10 mental health care users from Life Esidimeni in Randfontein. But on arrival, the team met Ms. Salome Mashile and Frida Senello from the Mental Health Directorate at Central Office, who wanted to know what mode of transport they had arrived with to fetch the mental health care users. They were told it was a 27-seater bus. Then Ms. Salome contacted Dr. Manamela, informing her that the CCRC team should take 27 users instead of the 10 the CEO of CCRC was also called by her, and she refused to take more than 10. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Okay. So, am I correct that this team of people from CCRC went to Life Esidimeni, Waverley, and Randfontein to collect mental health care users and bring them back to CCRC?
You are correct, Council, but on this paragraph, my role as a social worker was not specified.
Now, I understand your role. I'm not questioning your role, Ms. Ndlovu. We all understand that your role was as a social worker, as part of a multidisciplinary team, and that you were there to collect identity documents. I'm not suggesting that you did anything other than that. My questions, and in fact, this whole line of question has simply been to say that there was a multidisciplinary team that was sent from CCRC to Waverley, to Randfontein, to collect patients and bring them back to CCRC. That's all. Okay? Now, were there any psychiatrists in the multidisciplinary team?
You mean the multidisciplinary team from CCRC?
Yes, the one we're discussing.
Council, I just want to get your question clearly. You mean the multidisciplinary team from Kalinen, from CCRC, were they together with the psychiatrist on the day of?
Was there any psychiatrist in that group, in that team? We're talking about the very specific team where you were also involved as a social worker. We're talking about the expertise or the professions of those people who were in the team.
Thank you, Judge. No, Counsel, there was no psychiatrist doctor on the MDT team from CCRC.
Okay, thank you. Now, you told us already that when you got there, that the nurses and others, not yourself, that others went to the wards or went into a hall, you said, to evaluate the patients, to assess the patients, and you were separate looking for identity documents and other information. You recall that?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. So this evaluation or assessment that the nurses and them and whoever else was part of that team, the ones that went into the hall, I just want to talk about that. I understand you weren't there, but I want to take you to the report. So if you can please go to page 30258. Tell me when you're there.
We are there.
Just a second. Let me also get the page.
Thank you.
Can you just please repeat the page number again?
Sure.
30258.
Thank you, my lady.
These questions, let them come through the court, please, to avoid confusions. Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Thank you, my lady. So at page 30258, Ms. Ndlovu, you'll see it refers to 12 May. And under 12 May 2016, if you look at the second paragraph, it says the CEO, Ms. Matshidiso Nyatlo, instructed the team. I'm not going to read the whole paragraph, but it's the paragraph that starts with the CEO. You see that paragraph?
Yes, Counsel.
Now look at the middle of that paragraph. It says, all the mental health care users that were taken were physically assessed by both CCRC and Life Esidimeni staff to ensure that they do not have bed sores or injuries. The CCRC team requested that the mental health care users be identified with stickers placed on their chest or back, which Life Esidimeni did. You see that?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. So do you know, with this, you were part of writing of this report. How did you get this? Who told you what happened in the hall? You weren't in the hall. So how did you get this information in this paragraph?
This report, I was part of the people who were writing it.
Okay.
And Counsel, I didn't go in the hall. The nursing manager, the acting nursing manager who went to the hall is the one who gave information about the physical assessment.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Now, I understand that you didn't go in the hall. I said that at the beginning. I just want to understand where the information came from. So it came from the nursing manager. I understand that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware? Okay, let's look at the next paragraph. It says, some mental health care users came with their patient files, some which contained scanty information, which lacked medical history. These files were prepared by Life Esidimeni staff and just handed over with the users. Some of the patients came with their identity documents too. They were admitted at CCRC. Now, this paragraph relates to information about patients and their documents. So I assume that you have knowledge about this paragraph. Would I be correct?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. So what happened when you discovered that some of the patients didn't have proper information with them? Did you raise this concern?
A concern was raised to the CEO of CCRC, Ms. Matsidi Sonyatlo, who requested the team to write a report or not a report, the names, the list of the names of the patients whose information was scanty and lacked medical history. On that report, as a social worker, hence there is a sentence that says some of the patients came with their identity document to some. Then for those who didn't come, for those whom I didn't receive their identity documents, their names were also listed on that list.
And how did you get their names?
We were given a list of patients each and every after the visit. Then from that list, it was indicated to me that this one has ID, this one doesn't have. That's how I got the list.
Okay. Were you given a list of what the medical diagnosis in respect of each patient was?
A list of medical diagnosis?
Yes. What was wrong with each patient?
Counsel, that one, as a social worker, I cannot answer. I think nursing manager, acting nursing manager, she's the one who can answer that.
Okay, so I understand you're a social worker, but you were collecting the information. So what I'm asking you is, in the information you were given, as I understand your evidence, you did not know what was wrong with each patient. You just had their name and their ID number, and for some you had only a name that was told to you, correct?
May you please rephrase your question, Counsel?
Okay. Ms. Ndlovu, what I'm saying is, am I correct to understand your evidence as follows? That you were simply given a list of names and ID documents and any other information that patients had, that you were not told what was wrong with them medically, correct?
You know, Counsel, I don't remember very well that on that list were the diagnosis indicated or not.
So when you said earlier that that's not something that you know and we must ask the nurse in charge, what you mean is you don't actually remember.
Counsel, the list that I'm referring to as a social worker, I'm saying I don't remember because I didn't check the diagnosis. It was a list that has a name, the indication of the ID book of the patient, indication of the addresses of the patients. Then with the diagnosis, I don't remember cancer. That is why I'm saying I don't remember. Maybe the acting nursing manager maybe can give a better explanation than me, cancer.
Okay, so you don't remember. That's fine. I'll tell you why I'm asking that question, which we will ask of other witnesses, but I'll tell you so that you understand the context. The context is this: we had a lot of patients, mental health care users, that were clearly being moved from one facility to another, and that the only assessment of these patients was to assess, as your report says, bed sores and obvious injuries. There was no psychiatric evaluation of what was wrong with each patient to determine where it was appropriate to send them. That's why I ask you those questions. But you're not a doctor or a psychiatrist, and so I'm not asking you for an opinion on that. Now, Ms. Ndlovu, let's just talk again about this visit to Randfontein and Waverley. I just want to ask you 2 more questions on that. At Randfontein, am I correct that you were received by Ms. Salome Mashile and Ms. Frida Sinelo?
Correct.
Okay.
Answer.
Thank you. And they said to you that it was that you had to actually go to Waverley, not Randfontein. Am I understanding your statement correctly?
Correct, Council.
Okay. And then when you got to Waverley, you were received by Ms. Cynthia Sinelo and Dr. Sophie Lekwane. Is that correct?
Correct, Council.
And at each of those places, were those people that I've named now, were they the ones meeting you and telling you what was going to happen in each place?
I beg your pardon, Council?
At each of those places, at Waverley and at Randfontein, the people that I've named now, Ms. Salome Mashile, Ms. Frida Sinelo, Ms. Cynthia Sinelo, and Dr. Sophie Lekwane, were those the people that appeared to be telling you what was going to happen in Waverley or in Randfontein? Were they in charge?
Yes, Council.
Okay, thank you. And am I right that Ms. Mashile at Randfontein said to you, you had to take more mental health care users than you had planned because you had arrived with a bigger bus with 27-seater?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Am I correct that you had planned to take far fewer patients? I think in the arbitration you said something like 10, you'd planned to take 10 patients initially.
Even in the statement at page 538.
Thank you, my lady. I'm indebted.
Council, it was not my plan.
Yes,
I mean, you say in my plan. It was not in my plan.
Just a second. Just a second. We understand the in your plan. We understand to be meaning the team, not yourself. That's how we understand it. From your statement, how it was read, I don't know. Is that what you are trying to explain? We'll give you that opportunity. Continue. If we are wrong to assume that.
No, I just wanted to make it clear to Council that it was not in my plan.
What are you saying? What I've just said?
I beg your pardon.
What are you saying to what I've just said? To say, as we read, I don't know the others, but as I read that statement, the planning, or when she says it was your plan, I take it that she refers to, based on the statement or on your statement, she's referring to the team, the MDT that went from CCRC to Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Okay.
It's now 1:00. I don't know what you intend to do.
Yes, my lady. Perhaps it's a good time to take the lunch adjournment.
Okay. Ms. Ndlovu, you are still giving evidence. You are still under oath. As a social worker, you should be understanding the court proceedings. I take it that you are not coming to court for the first time. So you are still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you have finished with your evidence and you are excused by the court. At this stage, you are still under oath. Just respect that oath that you have taken. We're going to adjourn for lunch and we'll resume at 2:00 for you to proceed with your evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Very pleased, of course, my lady.
Thank you. Ndlovu, you are reminded that you're still under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Pentland.
Thank you, my lady. Afternoon, Ms. Ndlovu. Okay, so thank you. When we left just before the break, we were dealing with the progress report that you helped to prepare that details the transfer of the mental health care patients to CCRC. You recall that?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Now, can you go
Can I ask the witness to sit properly in the middle? Just this way, otherwise we can't hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, can you please go to page 30257? You'll tell me when you're there.
It's the previous page. I think if you can just go back to where you were before we adjourned for lunch.
That's correct, my lady. All right. So you'll see there on that page that there is a table, and the table says it's headed Waverley 12/05/2016. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Good. All right. Am I correct that this is a list of mental health care users which were transferred from Waverley to CCRC on the 12th of May 2016?
Correct, Council.
All right. Now,
what's the response? I didn't get that.
I think, my lady, the witness said correct, counsel.
Yes, because she's not audible. That is why I have problems.
Okay, Ms. Ndlovu, we're going to ask you just to speak a little louder.
Continue. Okay, Council.
Thank you. Now, if you go to the next page, that's page 30258. You see that? Okay. Now, look at, you'll see at the top that the table continues from the previous page, and item number 24, which is the last item on that table. Can you read me the name there?
Number 24, Council.
That's right.
Ratsotso Charity,
right.
M527/27, 12.05.2016.
Right. So am I correct that that means that Charity Ratsotso was one of the mental health care users that was transferred from Waverley to CCRC on 12 May 2016?
Correct, Council.
Okay. So, Ms. Ndlovu, I represent Mr. Ratsotso's family. He's one of the deceased. We will come back to him in due course. Then, can you turn... in fact, at the bottom of that page, you see it says, the last paragraph, it says the 9 highlighted mental health care users in the list above were subsequently discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016, as instructed by Dr. Manamela. You see that?
Yes, Council.
And then it says the purpose thereof was to create space for other mental health care users to be sent to CCRC. So she said, correct? Now,
correct, Council.
Thank you. Am I then correct that Dr. Manamela decided which mental health care users would be discharged to Anchor? I'm not sure. Did you not hear the question, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yeah, you faint a little bit. Your line fainted a little bit, Council.
Okay, I'm not sure if the judge could hear me, but let me ask you again.
I could hear everything.
Okay, thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu.
The problem it's her connection. Something is not right.
Yes, my lady.
My lady, can we leave the meeting and rejoin quickly?
Repeat the question.
My lady, they'd like to leave the meeting and rejoin.
Come again?
They would like to leave the meeting and rejoin.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Ndlovu, can you hear us now?
Yes, Council.
My lady, may I continue? Thank you. Ms. Ndlovu, I had taken you to the bottom of page 30258, and I had read you that paragraph which says the 9 highlighted mental health care users in the list above were subsequently discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016, as instructed by Dr. Manamela. So my question is, am I correct that Dr. Manamela decided which mental health care users would be discharged to Anchor?
Council, regarding the discharge of the patients from CCRC to the NGO, I was not part of the officials or of the staff who were discharging the patients. So I cannot answer.
You don't have
this.
any knowledge.
Hence, no.
Okay, so when you contributed,
Linda, for interrupting. She put to the witness that she was the author of the report. I understood the witness's evidence earlier to have been that she
together with others.
With others. And I think that's an important aspect that should just be borne in mind.
And I think this is a repetition because she clearly spelled out even at the beginning. And Ms. Bandelende, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady, and thank you, Mr. van Bergen. You are correct that I don't mean to suggest that Ms. Ndlovu alone wrote this report. I've asked my team just to find in the transcript where it refers to exactly what she told Justice Moseneke about her role, but it's not necessary for now. I'll refer the court to that in due course. Ms. Ndlovu, page 37485. 37485. Tell me when you're there.
Yes, I'm there. Council.
Oh, good. And then can you look at where it says line number 13?
I'm there, Council.
Okay, good. Let's just read that. Now, these are your notes, which amends your statement, we're told. So I'll read you the paragraph, and you can just confirm that that is correct. Line number 13, just before the word communication, I'm inserting the word telephonic. In line number 14, just before the word communication, I'm inserting the word telephonic. So line 16 should read as follows, okay? Subsequently, there was a telephonic communication between the CEO, Mrs. Nyatlo, and Ms. Mashile. Thereafter, a telephonic communication between Dr. Manamela, Director of Mental Health Directorate for GOH, and our CEO, Mrs. Nyatlo, which resulted in Ms. Mashile, which resulted in, and then I think you amended again, Ms. Mashile instructing CCRC officials to take 26 mental health care users to CCRC. You see that?
Yes, Council.
All right. So what I was trying to ask you before, but I'll ask you now just from your own notes, it seems to me gave an instruction to the CCRC officials that resulted in CCRC officials taking 26 mental health care users to CCRC. Would that be correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay, thank you.
Just a second. Continue.
All right. And then just for the sake of completeness, my lady, if I could just refer you, we don't have to go there now, but if I could just refer your ladyship to page 23105, that is the transcript of the evidence of Ms. Ndlovu before Justice Moseneke. 23105.
Yes.
Where Ms. Ndlovu, when asked whether she wrote the report, said, "It was myself and the nursing department deputy manager." Ms. Ndlovu, do you stand by that?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. All right. Now, I just want to get the timeline correct. The transfer of mental health care users that we're talking about now happened over a number of days. It wasn't just one day that people were moved from Waverley or Randfontein to CCRC. Is that correct?
Correct, Council.
Okay. Now go to page 37485. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. Now, at the very bottom of that page, you'll see these are your notes again. At the bottom of this page, in bold, it says after line 16. You see that?
Yes, Council.
After line 16, I'm adding the following sentences. And then everything that follows, you want to add it into your statement. And here, what you detail is the movement of the mental health care users. Okay? So you say on the 12th of May, 20 patients were moved from Waverley. Yes?
Come again? Where are you reading now?
I'm reading from the bold paragraph, which is at the bottom of page 37485. I'm
patients. Just a second to avoid a dialogue. You are saying 20 patients. I'm seeing 24.
Let me go slowly through that paragraph, my lady.
Yes, please do.
Okay. So, Ms. Ndlovu, you say, on the 12th of May, 2016, the MDT of CCRC went to Life Esidimeni Waverley Centre and 24 patients were discharged to CCRC. You recall that?
Yes, Council.
Okay, so we have 24. Then on the 17th of May, 2016, MDT of CCRC went to Life Esidimeni and 11 patients were discharged to CCRC, correct?
Yes, Council.
And then on the 19th of May, 2016, MDT of CCRC went to Waverley, Life Esidimeni, and 19 patients were discharged to CCRC. However, you say you were not on duty on the 19th, and as a result, other MDT members of CCRC who went to Waverley Life Esidimeni brought back some of their ID books of the patients, addresses and contact details. You see that? And they handed that information to you. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay, so you weren't there on the 19th, but you received information. We understand that. Now, on the 24th of May, 2016, MDT of CCRC went to Randfontein Life Esidimeni Centre and 18 patients were discharged to CCRC. And on the 26th of May, a further 3 patients were discharged to CCRC. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Okay, and you confirm that all of that is correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to just talk about the admissions criteria. We can move on to that at CCRC. Can you look at page 30253, please? That is the first page, the second page of your of the progress report. You'll tell me when you're there.
Can we please have the page again, Council?
Yes, 30253.
253.
Yes.
253.
30253. Okay. Can I proceed?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Now, at the top of that page, you tell us that Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre is situated on the far east of Pretoria, about 55 kilometers from Pretoria CBD. And you say, it says Cullinan is a
Something is wrong. Sasha, are you there to alert her that there is a problem?
I'm here, my lady. I'm alerting her. Sorry, just give us a moment.
Okay.
My lady, my apologies. I think Nasreen has been load shared and she's reconnecting now.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I, in the meantime, ask if Beauty Kekana, not Beauty Kekana, I think, yes, Beauty Kekana. All right, there she is. All right,
my apologies, my lady. It's the load shedding. As it comes back on, the generator cuts me off.
Okay, are you there, Ms. Kekana? Just a second.
Yeah. Yes, I am available.
Okay, and Miss Ngube? Is she also there? Please ask her not to answer my calls, to phone me, or maybe connect while she's in the taxi, please. All right, I think I'll have a word with you before we adjourn today, Ms. Kekan. Continue, Ms. Bandlender.
Thank you, my lady, and my apologies again. Ms. Ndlovu, can you please go to page 37487?
No, we were on page 30253. Can you finish
my
that?
lady. It occurs to me that it's easier to ask Ms. Ndlovu from her notes. It'll be simpler for her. So can you please go to page 37487?
It's the same thing.
It deals with the same topic, yes.
I'm just worried because you had started. Now you are leaving that. I hope it's the same thing. Okay.
Yes, my lady. And this will be from her personal knowledge, so I think it'll be simpler. Ms. Ndlovu, you'll tell me when you're at that page, 37487.
I'm there, Council.
Great. Okay, so now if you look under paragraph 5, you see there's a heading that says paragraph 5.
Yes, Council.
All right. So what I want to ask you about is the admissions criteria at Life Esidimeni. So not at Life Esidimeni, my apologies, at CCRC.
At CCRC.
Before the Life Esidimeni project started, you say that the admission criteria of CCRC was for the following type of patients. And then you list in the bullet points a series of 6 criteria. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Okay. So you tell us that there were certain criteria related to age, for example, mental health care users from the age of 3 to 21. Does that mean that that at CCRC, the age of patients that you would take in would range from 3 to 21?
Before Life Esidimeni, yes, Council.
Yes, exactly. So these criteria here relate, as I said earlier, just to the situation before the Life Esidimeni project. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay. So I'm just going to read through that list to speed it along, and you'll tell me at the end if you agree that that's correct. So the admission criteria were mental health care users from the age of 3 to 21, profound to severe intellectual disabled, minimum stay of 2 to 6 months, medium stay of 6 to 12 months, chronic stay of 12 months to 3 years, and then mental health care users from around Gauteng province. Now, am I right to then say that these were the criteria by which you assessed whether someone RC, where they come? Yes. And what happened to these criteria during the Life Esidimeni project?
During Life Esidimeni project, the criteria was not being followed as instructed, Council.
Yes. So does that mean that during the Life Esidimeni and in your experience as a social worker, would it be fair for me to say that mental health care users who are below 21 years have slightly different needs to those who are over 21 years?
May you please rephrase your question, Council?
Okay. In your experience as a social worker, would it be fair to say that the care of patients that are under 21 years old, mental health care patients, is different to the care of mental health care patients that are over 21 years old?
Council, when you're talking about the care of the patients, that's where my role restricts me, because I'm not taking care of the patients.
No, I started by saying, in your experience as a social worker, you are a social worker, are you not, Ms. Ndlovu?
I am a social worker, Council.
Okay, so I'm only asking you, from your experience as a social worker, I would imagine that if I ask someone, a lay person on the street, whether the care of a mental health care user that was under 21 would differ a little bit from the care of someone over 21, that would be a question people would hazard an answer at. So I'm asking you, in your experience as a social worker, do you think that different care is required for people under 21 years old and mental health care users over 21 years old?
I'm still saying, Council, as a social worker, I don't take care of the patients.
All right, well, I'll leave that for argument. That's fine. Sorry, I see Mr. Late. His video is on, my lady.
Yes, Malena, I just wanted to object, but the witness already answered. She already said that she is not able to comment on that, and then the question was answered. I don't know why it should be put again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
I think she has already passed that.
Right, now, Ms. Ndlovu, if you just bear with me for a minute. in both the progress report and in your statement, you talk about the fact that CCRC had a bed capacity of 150. You recall that?
Yes, I recall that, Councillor.
Okay. And then you say that when Anchor and Siabadinga were closed, that the mental health care users from there were moved back to CCRC, or were moved to CCRC, so that you ended up with 267 mental health care users from those facilities. Do you recall that?
Yes, Council.
Now, in fact, there's a little bit of a discrepancy between your statement and the report. So I'll just read you what the report says. At page 230, so page 30253, 30253, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Council.
Okay. You'll see at the top of that page, last sentence in the first paragraph, it says the institution had a bed capacity of 150, which was increased to 300 to provide space for admissions from Life Esidimeni in July 2016. You see that?
Yes, Council.
All right. So can I take it then that you had to increase the number of mental health care users that was at CCRC in July 2016, and you went up to 300?
Yes, Council.
Do you have any knowledge of how that increase to 300 beds was achieved? Because it's now double the capacity that the institution was used to catering for. Do you have any knowledge about that?
I don't have any knowledge, Council.
Okay. Now, I asked you previously about your experience, to speak from your experience as a social worker. I'll ask you again. In your experience as a social worker, would it be safe to say that the increase of capacity from 150 beds to 300 beds must have had some impact on the level of care that mental health care users were receiving?
Council, when you're talking about care, is the care of the patients, of which it was not my role at CCRC, Council.
Okay, Ms. Ndlovu, I accept that answer. I will argue in due course that you are a social worker, qualified as a social worker, and there must be some level at which that experience can be applied to the question that I'm asking you, and that some inferences must be drawn from the fact that you refuse to answer these questions. But you're entitled not to answer it. That's fine. Now, I want you please to go to page... Thank you, my lady. My lady, Ms. Munjalele, has her hand up.
Yes, ma'am.
As Mr. Court, my lady, I just want to raise an objection in the manner in which my learned colleague is asking questions to the witness, more specifically this very previous question, where she said, because the witness did not answer, she's going to argue at the end that the witness has refused to answer question. That, my lady, with due respect, it amounts to intimidating the witness, so that when she continue to answer her questions, she must not be free. So my learned colleague, with due respect, she must just desist from intimidating the witness. The witness is here before court to assist this court to understand what actually happened at the time when she was working at CCRC during the Life Esidimeni project. So she must not feel intimidated, my lady, by the manner in which my learned colleague is conducting a cross-examination, my lady, with due respect.
Mr. Late.
Mr. Court, please, I agree with Ms. Munjalele. Furthermore, it has been more than often put that nursing personnel should not intrude on the field of practice of doctors. Now Mrs. Butlender wants a social worker to intrude on the work of nurses and doctors. She's only a social worker, and she set out in her statement what the duties were. She were not involved in the caring of the mental health care users. She was only involved in the social responsibility towards these people, not the medical responsibility. And I think it's unfair for Ms. Butlender to say that she refuses to answer the question.
Ms. Butlender?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, with respect, I disagree. First of all, let me say to Ms. Ndlovu, I'm not attempting to intimidate a witness. That's not at all my intention. My point is simply this. Ms. Ndlovu is here as a social worker. She's not here as a layperson. If one looks at her transcript through the evidence that she gave to Justice Moseneke, there is extensive and detailed information that Ms. Ndlovu went through. Now, I haven't proposed to canvass all of that with Ms. Ndlovu because this procedure is different. We're looking at causation, we're looking at deaths of individuals. So I really have tried not to take the court through all of that. But if I were to do that, one would see that actually this witness has previously extended her opinion in a variety of areas as a social worker. And I haven't asked her to give me an opinion as a nurse or a doctor or anything else. I've been quite careful to say in your experience as a social worker. And with all due respect, my lady, I think I'm permitted to ask those questions, and that I am permitted to argue at the end of this process that certain inferences must be drawn from the witness's answers. So, my lady, I'm quite happy to move on, as I said that I would do. But
before we leave this point, can I hear one or two and the people, and then from there I can rule on the matter? Mr. Late, and I think Mr. Late can just lower his hand. I see his hand is still on. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, milady. Milady, I've always understood it to be a fair practice that if you're going to argue that a witness is evasive, that you warn the witness of it. So I don't understand it to be an act of intimidation. Whether or not the witness is being evasive is another story. I would agree with Mr. Late that the witness can only give evidence within a field of expertise.
Yes.
But I don't believe that Ms. Raja Butlender has done anything wrong by making the point. Whether she's done it properly is another story, as it pleases your ladyship.
Can I hear any other person? In the absence of any person, then I'm going to rule on the matter. The court has got evidence before it. It will deal with the matter as it came. As Mr. Martin has indicated that the question, in my view, I don't think it's an unfair remark by Mr. Butlender, but as to whether the witness has been evasive is something else. On the other hand, the witness was very clear to say that she was in the team and her involvement in the processes was only with regard to her as performing her duties as a social worker there. So as to the other things, the court will have to look at the evidence as a whole. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady.
And if I may, Ms. Ndlovu, I don't think you should feel intimidated. Nothing will happen to you. Just continue to answer as far as you can to the best of your ability in order to assist the court to arrive at a proper decision.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Ms. Ndlovu. Ms. Ndlovu, if you go to page 23116, please.
23116.
Yes, my lady. In fact, I'm so sorry. Can you just go back a few pages? 23113. You'll tell me when you're there.
I'm there, Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ndlovu. So this is your transcript of evidence before Justice Moseneke. And if you look at 23113, you see at the top, Mr. Advocate Tebogo Utamo speaks first, and then it's you. And you say, okay, well, I'll give you the question that you asked. Advocate Utamo says, and from your knowledge, what is the importance of these periodical reviews for mental health care users, it's a repeat, for mental health care users. So he asks you about periodical reviews of mental health care users. And your answer, you see there, you say, okay, in our institution, after receiving a patient from home or from an institution, after 6 months, the patient has to be reviewed. The multidisciplinary team has to sit down, the social worker, medical doctor, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and one nursing staff to discuss about the patient. Then there is a certain form that we use to fill in. It's Section Mental Health Care Act 13A. Then we fill in the form, we submit the form to Mental Health Review Board, and Mental Health Review Board gives feedback. You recall saying that?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Now, do you recall, after the Life Esidimeni project started, did you do these periodical reviews on mental health care users at CCRC?
No, Council. The periodicals were not done during Life Esidimeni project.
And why was that?
The periodical report council, it was led by the doctor council.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't done. And the reason, I don't know.
Okay. Now, if you go to page 23116, you see this is, again, the transcript. It's just a page or two down from where we were before. You see that? You're on page 23116?
Yes, Council.
Okay. So here you see, the second line from the top, you say, no periodicals were done last year. And Advocate Utamo says, why? And your answer is, it was hectic. It was very hectic.
Where is that page? 23116.
That's correct, my lady.
You can see that.
Bless you. Bless you, my lady.
Continue.
So, Ms. Ndlovu, you say it was hectic. It was very hectic. And Mr. Utamo says so. And Justice Moseneke says, what does hectic mean? And your answer here says, with the fact that we were going up and down, going to fetch the patients, discharging some patients to the NGO, sometimes when you come back to the institution, patients are sick, being taken to the hospital, someone has, bless you, my lady, someone has to check the file and inform the family. It was indeed very hectic last year. That is why we didn't. That one I can acknowledge. We didn't. And then Justice Moseneke says, by hectic, you mean you were so busy? And you answer, yes. Justice Moseneke then says, because of the transfers that you could not follow your normal procedures. And you say yes. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
All right. So that's your response, as I understand it, to why no periodical reviews were done once the Life Esidimeni project started. Do you stand by what you told Justice Moseneke?
Council, I was not the one who was facilitating the periodical reports. It was the doctor who was leading the periodical reports.
Okay. Is the evidence that you gave Justice Moseneke still correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Now, thank you, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Ndlovu, you visited Anka and Siabadinga, which were in the CCRC complex. Are you aware whether any periodical reviews were done at those NGOs after they were transferred from CCRC?
Council, I was not working at Siabadinga, no, Anchor. I was visiting. So with the visit, with my visit, I cannot dig the nitty-gritties of the NGOs. I don't know, Council, if whether they were doing periodicals or not.
Okay, so your answer is no, you don't know. That's fine, thank you. Now, you also talk in your statement about the fact that mental health care users were moved around quite a lot. And in your statement, you say you don't know what the purpose of the movement was. Now, in the case of one of the deceased who we represent, whose families we represent, that's Charity Ratsotso, he was moved first to CCRC on 12 May 2016, and then just over a month later, he was moved to Anchor. Do you
Yes.
You deal with this in your notes at page 37489.
Continue.
Okay. Now, do you recall the case of Mr.
Just finish your statement. I don't think your statement was complete. I interrupted you.
Thank you, my lady.
If you can rephrase, it's fine.
Ms. Ndlovu, in your statement, you deal with the case of Mr. Charity Ratsotso. Do you recall Ratsotso's case?
Yes, Council.
Okay. So essentially what you say in relation to Mr. Charity Ratsotso at page 37489, you say under the heading paragraph 9 that his family were notified when he was moved to CCRC and again when he was moved to Anchor. Is that correct?
May you please come again, Council?
All right. Well,
I just want to hear you clearly because you said the family was informed when he was moved to LE.
No. Let me take you to the sentence. So if you look midway. Okay. Look under the heading paragraph 9. See that? And then let's read that paragraph. Okay. As the social worker in the institution, one of my responsibilities was to liaise with the family members of the mental health care users. Before mental health care users were transferred to Siabadinga and Anchor. Okay, and then you amend your statement. And you say line number 3 should read as follows. Myself and social auxiliary worker Lebuchang Mpakanye, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Mpakanyane, contacted those that we had their contact details and informed them. There was also a meeting between CCRC and the family members regarding the move. I know that there was a complaint about the late Charity Ratsotso, that the family was not notified about his death. The family was notified when he was placed in CCRC and when he was discharged to Anchor. That's the sentence I'm asking you about. Is that correct? The family was notified when he was placed in CCRC and when he was discharged to Anchor. Is that correct?
Correct, Council.
Okay. Now, when you keep reading this paragraph, it says, I was communicating with the person known as Kevin about that. Who is Kevin?
The first time I communicated with Kevin was on the 18th of May 2016, when I was informing the family about the placement of a charity at CCRC. when I asked Kevin the relations between him and Charity Ratsotso, he said to me he is the brother-in-law of Charity Ratsotso.
Okay, good. And then you say, after the discharge of Charity, I received a call, and by that you mean after the discharge to Anchor. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, so after the discharge of Charity to Anchor, you say, I received a call from Mr. Pasha, who's working at our institution, that he was with the family of Charity and that they were looking for him. I was not around Pretoria at the time, so I asked him to get me their contact details so I can call them when I get back to work. When I got back to the office, I went to Anchor and inquired about Charity Ratsotso. At first, Ms. Dorothy Franks denied that they had Charity Ratsotso in their facility, but I produced proof to her that he was discharged to them. As I was leaving her office, the guy by the name of Tsepiso Mola of Anchor told me that there was a patient who was taken to Mamelodi Hospital but does not know his name. Okay, is all of that still correct?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay, so just so that the court understands, am I correct in understanding what happened as follows? That it became known to you that the family of Charity were looking for him at Anchor, and that Ms. Frank said, there's no one here by that name. We don't have someone called Charity at Anchor. Is that correct?
Let me explain it this way, Counsel, so that you can understand from my point of view. On the 16th of December 2016, I received a call from Mr. Pasha, who wanted to check with me about Charity Ratsotso. I told Mr. Pasha that I'm not around Pretoria. Will he please take the contact details of the family?
Yes.
And yes, Counsel. It was December 2016 on the 16th.
Okay.
Then on I don't know if whether it was Tuesday or Monday, the following, the day that I was going to work. Then I went to Mrs. Franks straight, knowing that Charity Ratsotso was placed in her care. Then when I arrived there, I communicated with Mrs. Dorothy Franks, who mentioned that Charity Ratsotso was never discharged into her care. So by then, I was having a proof of a discharge list that was made by nurses of CCRC. Then I showed Mrs. Franks the proof. Then, as instructed by my then acting CEO, Mrs. Matilda Malaza, she requested me to assist Mrs. Franks with the case of Charity Ratsotso. I denied and told the acting CEO that I am not employed at Anchor. Then she requested me to assist the family and Mrs. Franks to check what happened to Charity Ratsotso. Then Tsepiso came to me, hence I've mentioned in my statement. Then this acting CEO requested again that I should go with Tsepiso to Mamelodi Hospital. Hence Tsepiso mentioned that there was a patient that was taken to Mamelodi Hospital. Then I, together with Tsepiso and the driver, went to Mamelodi Hospital to check Charity Ratsotso.
And what happened there?
When we arrived at Mamelodi, we went to casualty. Then at casualty, they gave us a big register book to check in the book. Then according to the dates inside that book, it was an unknown patient that was admitted. I don't remember the date. Then Tepiso said, I think it's this one. Then we checked with the nursing department. Then they said we should go to mortuary as the unknown patient that was admitted on the day that I don't remember has passed on. Then we went to mortuary together with Tepiso. Then Tepiso, when we arrived there, we were taken inside the mortuary so that we can check. So we checked. Then Tepiso said, I think this is Charity. This is the patient that we're looking for. Then I went to check with Tepiso. Then after that, we went out. I the then acting CEO, Memalaza, to tell her that there is an unknown patient who died in Mamelodi. Then Mem Malaza, the acting CEO, requested me again to go to Garangua to the family. Then I said to Mrs. Malaza, am I working for Anchor or am I working for CCRC? Then she said, I'm requesting you as I'm also being instructed from national office by who I don't know. Then I went to Garangua with Tepiso and the driver. When I get there, then the family was already waiting for us because I was communicating with them along the way. Then the family were waiting for us. Then I break the bad news to the family. Then the family said they will go the following day and identify and check whether they know the person or not. Then I left my contact details with the family, and I told them that I will accompany them the following day to the mortuary just to give the family support. Then the following day, Council, I received an SMS of which I still have the SMS with me. The SMS, it was from Mrs. Fularo, who was telling me that we are no longer coming. Then I said, thank you for letting me know.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ndlovu. Now, Ms. Franks disagrees with that version, but I'll take you there in due course. But am I right then in just understanding the sequence as this? From the death certificate of Charity Ratsotso and from your evidence, it seems that he died in July 2016. And that the family were trying to get in touch with Anchor and you became involved in December 2016. Is that right?
Yes, Council.
Okay, so 6 months after he died, you were asked to try and help find him. And then the family you only actually identified him. Was it in January 2017? Is that right?
I don't know when did the family go and identify the body.
Okay. Well, I'll put you.
I was never informed, Council.
Yes, no, that's fine. Other witnesses will fill that piece of information in. But from your knowledge, it was 6 months from the time that he died in July 2016 till the point at which he was found at the mortuary in December 2016 when you realized that the unknown male at Mamelodi Hospital was in fact Charity Ratsotso. Would that be correct?
What I can say about the unknown male, Council, is that CCRC didn't at CCRC the the institution didn't receive an unknown patient that was discharged from Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
So if a Charity Ratsotso was an unknown patient from Mamelodi, I don't know, Council. I don't know when was this unknown name comes from.
Yes, exactly. And you had told us previously.
Just a second, but I don't know whether she answered your question, but did I understand your question to have been from this evidence to have been that it appears he died in July and was only identified through your assistance in December 2016. That is what Council had put to you. It's a yes or no. From there, you can then explain if you want to explain, if Council want to hear that. That is what we have on record to say. The family, we don't know whether the family was liaising with Anchor, but the fact of the matter, from what the statement that we hear and whatever is already on record, right? It appears that since July, he was only identified in December through your assistance.
Yes, Council.
Okay.
So that's what he is. This is exactly what you wanted, right? Continue.
Yes, precisely. I'm in debt to the court. So, Ms. Ndlovu, you had previously told us this morning about the process where when mental health care patients came to CCRC, they had stickers on them and they had their names, and you were very careful to take whatever information each patient had. You recorded this morning, you told us all about that process of when people came to CCRC, they had information. You had names for everyone at a minimum. And what I want to ask you is this. Clearly, Mr. Ratsotso was known at CCRC. At
yes,
some
Council.
point, thank you. At some point, he was moved to Anchor, right? And when he was moved to Anchor, he became undocumented, unknown, because Ms. Frank says she had no patient called Charity Ratsotso. So am I correct in my timeline that at CCRC, you had information on him, you had a patient called Charity Ratsotso, and he was then discharged to Anchor, and at that point forward, at some point between then and when he died, he became, let's call him unknown.
Yes, Council.
Okay. And just help me here. Some of the information that you had on patients at CCRC, would that also have included things like what medication they were on?
May you please rephrase your question, Council?
Sure. When mental health care users were at CCRC, you said that you had information about each patient. It could have been as little as their name, but you could also have had their ID documents, for example. I just want to know, at CCRC, did patients have files that said, this is the medication that this patient is on?
Council, when you're talking about the file and the medication, that I cannot answer. What I can answer for the department that I was working for is that, remember, Council, I stated on my statement that the family, Kevin, was informed that a Charity has been discharged to Anchor. As a social worker, I had an administrative file of social worker where I kept the notes of such information. I communicated with Kevin, then I write my notes, put inside the social work file. So with the medication, Council, I cannot answer. I don't know, Council.
Okay. All right. I will argue in due course that the fact that Mr. Ratsotso was unknown at Anchor means that his medication was also unknown, and that when he was sent to the hospital when he got ill, they didn't know what medication he was on. But I won't ask you to answer that. That's outside of your expertise.
Of my scope. Thank you, Councillor.
Sure. Now, I just want to give you an opportunity. I'm coming towards the end. I'm sorry to have delayed you so long. I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to what Ms. Frank says about this case. Can you go to page 6284?
I'm there, Councillor.
Great, thank you. Now, this is a statement by Ms. Dorothy Franks, you see at the top. And you see here that it says heading charity under residential address. The first line says charity. And then it says 23 June 2016. You see that?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, and then she details in that paragraph what was going on. And she says that patients, I'm not going to read you through the whole paragraph, but let me just find you the relevant line. She says in the second paragraph, from Ward 8, 5 patients came in with no files and identification or medication. The nurses from the hospital just left them in the hallway, and they left without telling us the names of all the patients. The ward became very full and space was limited for the patients, as we can only accommodate 25 patients. Hannah Yakuba spoke to one of the nurses and told them that there's not enough space and that they should take some of the patients. Thereafter, the previous CEO of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center arrived. She came in with a very bad attitude, and she said they will not take any patients back. She also said that they dealt with these patients, and so can we, and she left. The only documents that came in of the other patients were just a file and medication. The staff took stickers and they tried to identify them by writing their names on. All the patients settled in the ward. We started counting them, and there were 29. All patients received supper and they went to bed. Okay?
Yes, Councillor.
All right. Now look at 28 June, the next paragraph, 28 June 2016. Okay? Here, Ms. Frank says, on the 28th of June 2016, an unknown male patient, together with 3 other patients, was ill and was sent to Mamelodi Hospital. The patient could not be identified by name, as Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation did not be provided us. I think it means did not provide us with the relevant documentation. The staff of Anchor Center was still busy trying to identify the patients, and there were no resources at the NGO at that time. Some patients were left in the corridors by CCRC staff and were not identified to us. So I want to just talk about that paragraph. So in this paragraph, she talks about an unknown male who got sick on 28 June 2016 and was sent to Mamelodi. Those dates suggest that unknown male was Mr. Ratsotso, but you don't have to answer that. But I want you to respond to the paragraph where she says that CCRC sent the patient without any relevant documentation, and that on 28 June, the staff of Anchor was still trying to identify patients. So that means, well, I'll let you answer that first. What's your response to that?
In this statement, Mrs. Franks clearly indicated that the patients were dropped by the nurses, of which I was not part of the nurses that dropped the patients in the passage. As a social worker, I was not part of taking the patients from CCRC to the NGOs.
Okay. So it's possible, if I understand you correctly, that what you're saying is it's possible that Ms. Franks is correct in her statement.
I'm not saying Mrs. Franks is correct. I said I was not part of the nurses that she indicated that the nurses left the patients on the passage. I was not part of the people who were taking patients from CCRC to the NGOs. Is not my role as a social worker in the. It was not my role as a social worker in the institution.
Okay. So your role, as I understood you, was to collect information, ID documents and information about each patient. Were you involved when a patient was going to be discharged to another NGO like Anchor or Siabadinga? Did somebody come to you and say, we need the information for that patient because they're going to be discharged?
I was informed in terms of that I should give the relevant person who is receiving the patient the contact details of the families and the contact details of the families' addresses and the ID book. In case of Charity, I didn't receive ID book of Charity Ratsozo. The only information that I gave to Mrs. Franks, it was the contact details of the family, the address and the contact details, the telephone numbers.
And presumably, Ms. Franks was given his name. If you were giving, you said in the case of Charity Ratsotso, you gave Ms. Franks the contact details of the family. You didn't have his ID book. But can I assume then that she also was given his name, the patient's name?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. You just bear with me for a minute. If you just bear with me for a minute, my lady, I'm just checking if there's anything else that I needed to ask this witness.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, my lady. Those are my questions for this witness.
Thank you. Who's next now? Miss Foster. I haven't seen Miss Foster for some time. Is she present? Phyllis?
Hi, lady. Good afternoon, my lady.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thanks, and you? That's
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you, my lady. I'm ready to proceed. Mrs. Law. Thank you. My name is Phyllis Foster. I'm acting on behalf of 4 families. 4 of these deceased persons died at Siabadinga. So I'll just mention their names to you so you should just know which 4 families I'm referring to. I'm acting on behalf of the family of Jabulani Mushlongo, Tabu Munyane, David Mpofu, and then Yaku Stores. Now, from the outset, does any of these names... Thank you.
Now, the names are very important, isn't it? Yaku Stores, Jabulani Mhlongo, Tabo Munyani, and?
David Mpofu, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Mrs. Lobo, can you please tell the court, do any of these names ring a bell? Can you recognize any of these names?
Yes, Counsel.
Which name rings a bell? Which name can you remember?
All of them, Counsel.
Okay. Do you know if you have any, can you recall any interaction with any of the family members of these 4 deceased persons?
Yes, Counsel, with all of them, Counsel. They used to come to the institution while the patient was still at CCRC. So sorry, Counsel?
Before they were transferred to the NGOs?
Yes, Council. I got to know the family and the patients when they were still in CCRC.
Especially Sandra de Villiers, the sister of Jaco Stols, testified that she had interactions with you and you assisted her quite often with queries or concerns that you had with Jaco Stols. Would you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
Ms. Ndlovu, can you please tell the court in your own words why was it necessary to transfer these patients from CCRC to Siabadinga or to the NGO? When it happened, what was the reason that was provided to you?
Council, what I can tell you is that it was not in my... I don't know how to put it. As a social worker, Council, and a junior social worker who was working for Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, I was not having a say with the instructions that the instructions that were given in the institution. So for me to answer that one, I can say I don't know the reason why.
So instruction was provided to you, they must be transferred, and that's what you know. Is that correct?
Come again, please.
So the instruction was given to you that these patients must be transferred and you only adhered to the instruction.
And to add on
before you add, is it a yes or a no, ma'am? Am I clear?
You are clear, Judge, but I just want to add before I can say my yes or a no. Because transferring the patients to the NGO...
Just a second, just leave it there. Ms. Mujarara?
As places the Honorable Court, my lady, I just have an issue with the second question by my not colleague here, Advocate Foster. The witness in her previous answer, she never said she was given instructions to transfer patients. She said the issue of transferring patients was an instruction which was being done by the institution. It was not being given to her personally. So the second question that my learned colleague has just posed the witness now, based on what I've just said now, my lady, I submit it is not a fair question because she never said that she was given the instruction to transfer patients.
Ms. Foster.
My lady, I apologize if that is the perception that Ms. Mzilele got from my question, but that was not my question. I never said that she's the one who was given the instruction to transfer the patients. I was asking her from her understanding, why were the patients transferred? So her answer was, I just relayed her answer. Is that correct? That she said she knew that there was an instruction for the patients to be transferred, and the instruction came from the superiors as she was only a junior social worker.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
I think Ms. Mujarara, that's how I understood the question. Let me hear you now. I don't think a perception was created as you understood the question.
Yeah, my lady, unfortunately, that is how I understood the question. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to allow the witness, Ms. Foster, to proceed. Proceed, Ms. Foster.
Okay. Thank you, my lady. I think she did answer yes.
Yes.
The court asked me, is that a yes or a no question? So I can proceed with my next question.
She wanted to explain. I don't know. When Ms. Mujarara interrupted, she said before she answers yes or no, she'd like to explain. So we can give her the opportunity.
That's good. Please, thank you.
Proceed. Yeah.
I wanted to add that I was not working as a social worker with the transfer of the patients.
Okay.
I was working as the social worker, giving the NGOs the documents of the families, the documents of the patients and contact details of the families, not transferring the patients.
Continue, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, on that point, why was it necessary for you? Why was that duty allocated to you as a social worker to deal with administrative issues of collecting their SASSA cards and their ID books? Why did that responsibility fall on you? What was the logic behind that? Because it's an administrative function or not? Am I mistaken? Why did the social worker have to do that?
You are not mistaken, Council. It was on my job description that as a social worker of CCRC, not I was doing this duty even before Life Esidimeni project. That was my duty. It was not like it's something that was that started during Life Esidimeni. It was my duty plus the duties that I was doing before Life Esidimeni. It was part of my duty.
Okay, let's move on, Ms.
Thank you. Ms. Ndlovu, can I please take you to page number 23126?
23126.
Correct, my lady. Please tell me if you are there.
I'm there, Council.
Okay. In paragraph, the first paragraph on page 23126, this was your evidence during the arbitration hearing before Judge Moseneke. You testified, I can say it's not the normal way of discharging a patient, because if a patient is discharged from the institution, it means the patient can adjust where he's going. So just because it was like a forcefully to create space for the patients. What did you mean by forcefully create a space for the patients?
Council, when I was testifying at the arbitration, I was representing CCRC, not myself as a social worker.
So how does that explain your wording? I don't understand.
During arbitration, Council, I was testifying on behalf of CCRC, not personally as Matlodi, definitely the social worker who was physically going to take the patients from Life Esidimeni.
What does this mean to us, Ms. Ndlovu? In what capacity are you testifying now? Why do you have to distinguish between that situation and this situation, or that forum and this forum? If you can assist us.
Judge,
so that we can understand your response.
Okay, Judge, what I can tell court today is that when I was going to testify at arbitration Life Esidimeni, yes, I was not represented by anyone.
Okay.
That is why I'm saying I was as a CCRC official, I was representing CCRC.
Mm-hmm. So how do you relate this to this statement where you said this was forcefully creating space for patients? It was not done the proper way. What did you mean by that? If you can explain to us. We have that evidence that you were there in your official capacity. But explain to us, what did you mean by this so that we can understand? You said it was not the normal way of discharging a patient, because if a patient is discharged from the institution, here you are referring to CCRC, it means the patient can adjust where he's going. So just because this was, it was like forcefully to create space for patients. How do you explain this for us to understand this evidence? How should we understand it as we are sitting here? And also whether that should be distinguished from you now sitting before us today? Or what exactly are you saying to us? We don't understand that. If you can assist us.
Judge, I'm saying some of the information that I gave at arbitration, I was not prepared. I didn't have legal representation. Some of the information that I gave, I even don't remember. Thank you, Judge.
Can we move, Ms. Foster? I think we can't take it any further.
Ms. Ndlovu, during your preparation with your counsel, did you go through the record of your testimony of the arbitration?
I beg your pardon, counsel?
Did you go through your arbitration record? Did you go through your testimony of the arbitration record?
During when, counsel?
When people consulted with you.
Do you understand the question?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did, counsel.
Okay, is there anything that you picked up during the arbitration hearing that you did not tell the truth or that you differ from today, that you can tell the court that there's something that you do not agree with? Or do you confirm what was said during the arbitration hearing?
Hence, I've already mentioned, counsel, that some information that I gave at arbitration, I don't remember.
Okay, but don't remember, and it's not the truth, it's two separate issues. I want to know, is there something that was said there that you do not agree with?
Yes, is that Miss Mary or Mr. Late?
My lady, I don't know if I misunderstood, but your ladyship did indicate that we are not going to get any further regarding this aspect and that Mr. Foster should move on. So I don't know whether I misunderstood your ladyship's comment after.
Yes, yes, but this related to that statement which I wanted her to explain. What she said that was forcefully creating space for patients. So that related to that aspect.
Yeah, but Mr. Foster is still busy with the arbitration hearing. And the witness explained the differences, or tried to explain the difference between her stance at the arbitration hearing and the stance today. Maybe Mrs. Foster, if she wants to refer to other aspects of the evidence of the witness before the arbitration hearing, just indicate what aspects she wants to canvass with the witness.
Ms. Foster?
Because the witness already said that she sees it as a different aspect, as a different forum. And at the arbitration, she represented the CCRC. In other words, she told the court regarding what happened at CCRC. Now she tells her out of her own experience as a social worker, if I understand the witness correctly.
Can I hear Ms. Foster?
My lady, the arbitration hearing was done under oath. This witness testified under oath. She gave a testimony and she was cross-examined. Now we have the peculiar situation where all her statements was handed in and provided as exhibits before this court. But we never had anything regarding the arbitration hearing. So I cannot proceed with my questioning if I did not lay the basis to understand, was she consulted with? Does she agree? Is there something that she disagree with before we can move on?
Okay. Can I hear Ms. Munjerelo?
As pleases, Honorable Court, my lady, I just wanted to reiterate what Advocate Late has just said, that the witness has indicated, my lady, that when she testified at the arbitration hearing, she was not testifying in her own personal capacity. So, my learned colleague, Advocate Foster, I'm quite sure that she has gone through the arbitration record. Even from the answers that appear there, one can easily see that this person was not answering for herself. She was answering in her official capacity.
But I don't know what you want. I don't even know what comes out of here. Ms. Foster, I'm going to allow you to proceed in this instance because I take it that what you asked previously, you specifically went to the specific paragraph of the evidence. And then she responded and I even went into it to try and understand. Well, her evidence is that at the time she was appearing there or representing CCRC. And then she explained herself to say she was not even represented herself. But can you go to the specifics so that we can lay the matter to rest?
As good, please.
And I can understand from what angle are you coming from. Can we just proceed?
I will move. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, I just want to take you then to page number 23127 of the arbitration hearing. It's again the first paragraph.
That is the next page, no?
That's the next page. Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
They have testified that Anchor and Sia Badinga, these two NGOs, were housed in the premises of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre. And the manager of Anchor was introduced to me on the 23rd of June 2016. That was the day where the patients were supposed to go to be discharged to Anchor. But as a team of CCRC multidisciplinary team, we went to the facility to check whether the facility was suitable to admit the patients. With bedding, it was well prepared. Thing. It was good, and with their kitchen, it was also good. But the main important thing that I've seen that was not user-friendly for the patients, it was the staff. There was no professionalism, there was no social worker, there was no doctor who assessed the patients on arrival from CCRC. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. Can you please tell the court what do you mean with there was no professionalism, there was no social worker, there was no doctor who assessed the patients, and it was not staff. That's where the problem lie. It was not user-friendly, and it was a staff problem. What did you mean with that?
Counsel, where I said professionalism, I think there's a typing error. It was supposed to be professionals.
Okay.
Hence, I've mentioned after that there was no social worker.
Okay. Thank you. Now, with the rest of my question, why did you say that? What was your problem that you saw at Anchor and Sia Badinga?
At Anchor, during the visitation, there was There was no social worker. There was no professional nurse. There was no doctor. And at Siabadinga, I met the social worker at Siabadinga, and the nurses of CCRC also met with the nurses. I don't know if whether it was the professional nurses, because I don't know their ranks. But myself, I met with the social worker at Siabadinga.
Ms. Ndlovu, this was a concern for you, the fact that there was no professional staff. Is that correct? Otherwise, you would not have mentioned that.
Hence, I've already mentioned that I was representing CCRC. Yes, it was a concern.
Just a second. Continue.
I just want to, the next line on that same page, Justice Moseneke then asked you, and the doctor and the professional staff surely were more important than good bedding, isn't it? And you answer, yes, Judge. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
Later on, you said the patients, just one paragraph down, the patients, yes, they were only caregivers. Caregivers are the only ones who were receiving the patients.
Yes, Counsel. Hence, I've mentioned that I don't know the ranks of the nurses.
Okay. The fact that there was only caregivers, was that a concern?
Counsel, yes, there was a concern because here I was answering for the two NGOs, since I've mentioned that I met social worker at Siabadinga, not at Anchor.
But my question is, the fact that there was only caregivers receiving the patients, was that a concern? Is that something to be concerned about?
Yes, Counsel.
Then the last paragraph, he said, I was not directly, Mr. Utomu asked you, did you bring up this to the person who instructed you, specifically Dr. Manamela? And then your answer was, I was not directly communicating with Dr. Manamela. The instruction that we followed was from our CEO, as an instruction from Dr. Manamela, I think. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
Can I gather that you raised this concern with the CEO of CCRC? Is that what that means?
Come again? Can you finish that first before the witness response?
She
raised the concern
with the CEO of CCRC. Is that what I can deduct from that sentence, or is my deduction incorrect?
Nursing manager is the one who raised the concern with the CEO, not myself.
And who was the CEO at that stage?
CEO, Mrs. Nyatu.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ndlovu. I'll move on.
Continue.
Page number 23133. That's correct, my lady.
Yes.
I just want to take you to the third paragraph from the bottom, where you are from the top. I apologize. This was the answer to a question that Justice Moseneke asked. I'm asking you what the CEO said to you about the reason about housing an NGO on the state premises. Then your answer was, that one again, Judge, I think I cannot answer for it. But the challenge that we had, it was according to our criteria, most of the patients have exceeded their stay in the institution. So if the patient had reached the ceiling, then we discharge the patient to NGOs around Gauteng. If the patient is from around Gauteng. So according to the CEO, she said to me, Daphne, just because we are struggling to get NGOs that can cater for our intellectual disability patients, it's better we have better NGOs assist us in discharging our patient. But for it to be in the institution, I don't know how it came about, but to be honest, we were struggling to get facilities that can take our mental ill patients after discharge. Do you agree with that?
Until here, I was answering. I was answering as it was a conversation with me, with the CEO before Life Esidimeni project.
Okay, but the question is, do you confirm this?
Yes, I confirm the statement.
I just want to take you on that same page to the last sentence. I can say in Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre, our designated capacity was 150. So during
where are we now, Miss?
Sorry, on the same page, my lady, just the last sentence on that same
I got it. Continue.
I can say in Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre, our designated capacity was 150. So during this Life Esidimeni process, we had more than 150 patients, and that's the reason why we had to discharge to NGOs. Do you agree with that?
Counsel, I was not the one who was discharging the patient from CCRC. Hence, I've mentioned that during arbitration, I was representing CCRC.
Okay, but we hear that. The question is, do you agree with this contents? This was your evidence there. Do you agree with that? This is what you have said there. We hear all your concerns, but she just wants to know whether you agree that this is what you said there.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Ms. Ndlovu, I'm nearly finished. I just have two more aspects. I just want to take you to page number 23136.
23136.
That's correct, my lady.
Please conclude.
Yes, I'm nearly finished. Justice Moseneke says and that you could only do this by sacrificing the patients you already have.
Which paragraph now?
It's 1, 2, 3, the fourth one from the top on page 23136, my lady.
Yes.
And then your answer was, yes, that is the reason why some of the patients were discharged on the 23rd. Most of the patients were discharged on the 23rd from our institution to Anchor, some to Siabadinga. I think one or two to Siabadinga, because the patients that were sent to the institution, if you look at the frail patient, you cannot compromise a frail patient by a mobile patient. So we took the mobile one to the NGO and sacrificed space for those ones who are bedridden and fragile. You see that?
Yes, I can see the paragraph.
Do you agree with your answer? Do you still confirm your answer given during the arbitration?
Counsel, I mentioned that I was not discharging the patients from the institution. I was representing CCRC when I was mentioning this statement.
Yes, we hear that. I'm still coming back to say, we have that on record. Counsel wants to know whether this is what you testified there. It's a yes or no. Do you still confirm that this is what you said?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Proceed.
Ms. Ndlovu, the 4 deceased persons that I referred you to when I started my cross-examination, Will you agree with me that all 4 of those persons can be regarded as mobile medical healthcare users when they left CCRC? So they were the ones who were sacrificed to make space for life Esidimeni patients.
Just a second.
Counsel, will you please rephrase your question?
I'm saying that the 4 patients, the people, the deceased persons of the family that we represent, they were mobile patients. And I'll put it to you that they were sacrificed to make space from CCRC to go to NGOs, to Siabadinga. So they were sacrificed to be replaced by frail patients by life Esidimeni. Will you agree with me?
Counsel, that one I cannot answer, Counsel. I've mentioned that I was not responsible in the discharging of the patients.
I've never said that you were responsible. I asked you at the beginning, do you know those 4 patients? And you said that you did recognize them, you know them when they were still patients at CCRC. Is that correct?
It's correct, Counsel.
And all 4 of those, I want to ask you, they were not frail patients, so they can be regarded as mobile patients. Is that correct?
Would you have regarded them as, to your knowledge, if you know, if you don't know, whether you would regard them as mobile patients, as she's saying, and whether you agree to the statement or not?
Judge Jabum Tongo, ever since I started working at CCRC, I never saw him walking. I'm not saying he was not walking, but I never saw him walking. Yagustols, I know him as a mobile patient, yes. Thabo Munyane, I never saw him walking. David Mpofu, yes, he was a mobile patient.
You're too fast for me. And then you started by Jabu Mhlongo. I captured that. And then you said you have never seen him working. And then the second one is?
Yagustols, Judge.
What about him?
Yagustols, he was working, yes.
Yes.
Thabo Munyane, I never saw him walking. David Mpofu, when we were doing the ward rounds, I saw him standing one day on the corridor. I can say he was mobile. Thank you, Counsel.
So if I will argue then at the end.
Continue.
That all those 4 were regarded as patients that can be moved out of CCRC to go to an NGO, and that is where they passed away at the end. So they were sacrificed. They had to remove from CCRC to go to Siabadinga, an NGO that did not care for them properly, to make space for life Esidimeni patients. Will you agree with me? I'm not saying that you have any fault or any instruction or any role to play in the removal of them. You understand?
Yes, just before the witness response, Mr. Lead.
I don't know whether it will in any way affect the witness's answer, but just for clarity, Jaco Stolz did not die at Siabadinga. He was transferred to Siabadinga and he was transferred back to CCRC before he was taken to hospital. He did not die while he was at Siabadinga.
Miss Foster?
As God pleases, my lady, I'll accept that. That, however, does not take the way. I will leave it for argument, but the crux of the matter is they did not need to move in the first place. But I will leave it for argument.
Okay. Will you answer, or do you know, or if you don't know, you don't know? Ms. Ndlovu?
I will not answer this one. I don't know.
Mr. Pichel, just a second.
My hand has been up for a while, so I wasn't getting noticed. Apologies for interjecting.
We can swap roles, then you would understand. It's not a problem. We can swap roles. Eh?
I wouldn't wish that, my lady.
All right, yes.
In light of the correction, my lady, I think then it says that the statement that was put to the witness is incorrect. Can maybe it be rephrased? Because now we know that Jaco Stores did not die at Siabadinga. So can then the question be put properly? Because it seems that the witness is still understand it in that context. And I don't understand where Siabadinga features in this.
My lady, I think the court and I am on the same page. That was not the crux of where people died. The crux of the matter is they did not need to move in the first place. So I will leave it for argument.
Okay.
As a court.
So this, I don't think there is any need for the witness to respond.
As a court pleases.
Okay. Anything else?
Just one last aspect. Page number. What I will leave that, my lady. That's fine. Thank you very much. That will be the end of my cross-examination. As good.
Thank you. I see it's almost 10:04. Who was going to be next year? Menir Sibara's team. I don't know whether it's Mr. Makani or Mr. Sibara.
My lady, the witness was involved. She need a break.
I can't hear you. Who's that? Is it Miss Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. The witness indicates that she needs a break. She just needs to use the facilities at the moment.
Okay, no, we can just wait for her.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
Apologies, my lady. It's just a quick update with regard to, is it Miss Mukhosinyan or something? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it seems like I will be the one to represent her going forward.
The load that you are carrying.
Yeah, so,
but we can swap roles. I'm prepared to do that.
Yeah, no, maybe in a few years, my lady. In a few years.
Let me just make a note here. Mokgosinyane.
Yes.
But it's better because you are now well conversant with what is happening. Yeah. All right. And then Beauty Kekana, okay, hers has been turned down. Miss Kekana, are you there?
My lady?
Yes, I want to know what are your intentions now that your application for legal aid has been turned down? You were not here, I think, when I wanted to inquire as to what was going to happen, what is the way forward. We don't have time any longer. You need to decide as soon as possible. We have given you ample time. I don't know what your intentions will be. Because obviously, I don't know what are the reasons. You should be knowing the reasons, whether your intention is to appeal the decision or what is happening. Or whether you were at that stage, I don't know.
only got the information this week that they actually it was an SMS that they've declined. So, but I will, if you don't mind, I would represent myself.
Is it not possible to get legal representation, because it's going to be a hell of a job for you to represent yourself? I don't know. The choice is yours. But I've explained your rights at the beginning of this matter, isn't it? Yes, you must.
You did.
You must decide firmly as to whether just take. I'm going to give. This is today. It's Wednesday.
Yes.
Yes. Let us know on Monday whether what are your intentions. Whether you want to represent yourself or to get an attorney to represent yourself. Because we shouldn't prolong this matter any further. I think we've given you ample time, and Mr. Sibara and others tried to help you. And you must also, as you take that decision, you must also look and at how where the proceedings are at this stage.
Yes, my lady.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm giving you until Monday. Please let me not look for you.
Yes. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. We also have Miss Nube. Can you please ask her not to talk to me while she's in the taxi, please? What you did was not right yesterday. Where are you now? Before I talk to you,
I'm at home.
Yes, please don't join these proceedings. These are public proceedings, but nobody would allow to hold would like to hold a court in a taxi. That is not right. It was just uncalled for, right? What are your intentions? I saw it. The letter was emailed to me very late in the afternoon yesterday. But how far are you with Mr. Pitlela? Because this thing of you not giving Mr. Pitlela instructions and him having to withdraw, you are going to end up losing legal representation from the legal aid board. And this is also delaying our proceedings, because he will come again to say, please recall that specific witness. I don't think we will always do that. There will be instances where that is going to be declined. I must just be clear with you, because we can't dilly-dally, revolve on the same issues every time, right? We can't keep on doing this specifically for you. Yes, how far are you now?
I'm going to send out the appeal again to the managers, and we have already set out the appointment for me to hand in the appeal letter, and then they will.
I hope this is not 28th of
this month, Judge.
Do you see the time frame now? I don't want to be involved in your discussions. Do you see what is happening to these proceedings? We're giving you the last chance, because we can't go on like this. I hope it's clear. This must be expedited. All right? Because we want to wrap up now and see how far we can go with these proceedings. Thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, my lady.
Do you confirm what this Ms. Nuve said? This thing of you people doing what is happening, it's not you, but I think it cannot go on like this. It must come to a stop at a certain stage. I think this is the last indulgence that we're giving her, because look at the time frame, and we're going to have problems where you'll be asking the court that you want to recall certain witnesses. You'll have to make a proper application, and the court will have to look at it, because she can't be treated or given preferential treatment. I don't even want to know your reasons for withdrawing, right?
Yes, my
Please
lady.
expedite that, and then so that we can facilitate the finality of the proceedings. Thank you very much. Can we go back to the witness. It's 4 minutes to 4 o'clock. I wanted to know from, I think, Mr. Makanyi, is it you who's going to proceed to cross-examine questions in cross-examination of the witness?
We do not have questions, my lady, and I'm also informed by Advocate Barra that Advocate Tiny Sibuku will also not have questions, if that can be noted.
Is she not here to talk for herself?
I don't think so. Hence, Advocate Barra informed me that she does not have questions. I think she's experiencing network issues also.
Yes, and then from there, we do no longer have Mr. Hutamu. Then it will be Ms. Rama Imela, Ms. Toka, Ms. Maite. Can they indicate whether they've got questions to the witness?
May it please the court, my lady. On behalf of Mr. Mosenugi, we do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
Ms. Toka?
May it please the court, my lady. Rochelle also does not have any questions, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady, I too do not have any questions on behalf of Dr. Silengwane.
Thank you. Mr. Shabangu, you have asked that you be towards the end. And then Ms. Mboweni.
May it please the court, my lady, I also do not have questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Manamela asked to be excused. I hope he will be here tomorrow. Can we close it here? We've got 2 minutes here. Let me see. From there, it will be Mr. Poppy, then followed by Mr. Pichela. Can we close this until tomorrow morning? Would you have questions, Mr.?
No, my lady, before we conclude, I just wanted to advise on behalf of all 3 of the NGOs with no questions for the witness.
I've noted you, Mr. Van Bergen. Did you say on behalf of the 3 NGOs, Mr.?
Correct, my lady.
Mutlebenkosi and
Takalani and Maseko.
Oh, okay. I always confuse the 2 to be 1. Mosejo, not Masejo. Mosejo. Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I just want to give advance notice that some of the evidence that was elicited during my learned friend Ms. Rajab Budlinder's cross-examination will require of me to put questions to this witness, but it will be of a limited nature and should not take very long. If I may perhaps either go before or just after Mr. Shabangu.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Where is the witness? Miss Ndlovu?
My lady, my name wasn't counted. With reference to the cross-examination, I'm saying my name wasn't counted.
Your name was there. I left you deliberately, but I called your name. I said I was looking at the time, it's now 4 o'clock.